I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you and welcome to the Monday, October 10th, 2016 Board of Commissioners meeting for Radnor Township. We apologize for starting a little bit late from our executive committee, where we have a notice of executive session on today. All board members were in attendance, where we discussed matters of litigation, personnel, and real estate. We do have a full agenda tonight. Unfortunately, we also had a full agenda on the executive session, but we will do our best to get everybody in tonight. The first order of business is a consent agenda. And I'll read them off for you. First is a disbursement review and approval of 2016-09D-09E. Second, item B is approval of Board of Commissioners meeting minutes of September 12th, 2016. Item C, Staff Traffic Committee meeting minutes of September 21st, 2016. Item D, Resolution 2016-100, acknowledging the receipt and accounting of the 2016 General Municipal Pension System Aid. Item E, 341 Yorkshire Road, requesting a waiver from number 245-22, the stormwater management requirements for infiltration. Item F has been removed from the consent agenda. So I'll entertain a motion to accept these items.
I move that we accept items A through E of the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, all right. At this point, any commissioner member can pull out any one of the items, and any member of the public can pull out any one of the items. Seeing none, I'll
Wait, letter E, we can pull that out.
Letter E pull out? Okay, number E is pulled out. So we're considering consent agenda A through D. Raise the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, item E. Rich, you want to speak about that?
No, why are we waiving the stormwater requirements for infiltration on this site?
Where's Steve?
I'm actually going to toss this over to Roger Phillips
All right.
to talk about that, sir.
Roger, thank you.
This property, when they filed their grading permit, did their on-lot testing, their infiltration testing, and the site would not perk, so they were unable to infiltrate on the site. So they are dealing with all of the other stormwater requirements, the rate control and the water quality on site, and they're adding a rain garden to the property to offset not being able to perk and the soils on the site.
We're going to talk about stormwater tonight, right? An amendment. I see more and more of the rain gardens, right? That's the depressions, right? And it doesn't do anything but apparently clean up, I guess, a little bit the quality of the stormwater. That's the basic intent of the rain gardens?
Well, the plant material in the rain garden uptake the water that is caught in the rain garden itself.
Okay. My question is, why, do we have anything in the stormwater ordinance that we're talking about that would eliminate the need for these constant waivers? If you can demonstrate you can't perk your site, why not say that that's compliant with rain gardens or something? Why do we have to do a waiver every time? Can't we change this thing?
Certainly you could.
So is that planned for a change? I'd like to suggest that be a planned change for this stormwater discussion.
It's not in there right now, but certainly if the board chooses, we could put that in there.
Yeah, that's it.
So I'll move that we approve the waiver for 341 Yorkshire Road.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion, any public discussion? Okay, we'll move the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you.
And for item F, I move that we table it so that the board members have the opportunity to discuss it further with staff.
Second.
Discussion? Good. Okay, public discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, passes 6-0, 6-1, sorry. All right, next up is public participation and recognition. We have a full agenda tonight. We're going to ask that you please respect your comments be held to about 5 minutes. But thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Kim Cruz-Engelhard. I'm in Garrett Hill, and I'm also the parade director of the Garrett Hill 4th of July Parade. I saw Clemacrone Park is on the agenda tonight, and I unfortunately cannot stay for the whole meeting, so I will be really brief, but I wanted to share a little bit of history with you. I have pictures. Oops. Okay. So this summer, my son Royce, who is the little boy on, oh, put it on the table? Okay. So my son Royce did a service project with Saving Hallowed Ground.
Excuse me, can you flip it upside down? Thank you. Thank you.
There you go. His project was to do research and do some restoration work on the Korean War Memorial at Clemacrone Park. He had to go old school and go down into the basement of this building and look at the suburban archives to find pictures and history about Clemacrone Park. Apparently the Suburban is not online, but that's another story. So the pictures that I've given you show part of his research. What he's looking at this page is the dedication of the new, what was then called the Rosemont Park, which is now the Clemacrone Park. And the park was dedicated Memorial Day of 1959. And the reason why I'm showing you these pictures is because on the next page, if you look at this one, this building right there, I'm pretty sure is the same comfort station that we have right now. So I'm really happy that Clemacrone Park is on the agenda tonight, and I really urge all of you guys to approve the extra money that is needed because we could really use some renovations to this park. Thank you very much for your time and your service.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Just to follow through on what Kim said, Roberta Winters, 326 Williams Road, also a Garrett Hill resident. The difference between those pictures and what Kim's son found is when I first started going to the Rosemont Park in the 70s, there was actually a water fountain, and you could actually use the toilets. That's no longer the case, so we really do need some help. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Welcome.
Welcome. Dan Cherry, Wayne. Wanted to just bring the public a little bit up to date, including those that may not have read the newspaper's print version this weekend or the digital version that came out today, about an issue that I've been interested in for almost 24 months straight. And that is the amount of money that has been provided to Radnor Township for the Ardrossan parcel by either the Radnor Conservancy or of the Friends of Ardrossan Park. Now, just by way of brief background, when this board was leading up to acquiring Ardrossan back in November of 2014, Commissioner Booker specifically asked the question, and I'll read it verbatim. Madam Chairperson, and that is Elaine Paul Schaefer, do we have any private funds? I thought we had the Conservancy or others were going to donate money for these purchases. Is that going to happen or is that not going to happen? And Commissioner Schaefer responds with, yes, that is happening. They are still in the midst of that. It's the Friends of Ardrossan Park that did the mailing and solicited private funds. And then thereafter, Commissioner Schaefer explains that the Conservancy actually provided a donation to the Friends of Ardrossan. Now that's November 2014. At the very next meeting, I attempted to find out from this very lectern how much money was provided. And all Commissioner Schaefer said at the time was it was less than 6 figures. I then followed up with, well, that could be $99,999. That could be a hay penny. And then Commissioner Nagel, like Commissioner Schaefer, a former executive director of the Radnor Conservancy, first started stammering about point of order and then launched into somebody shoot you. And as a result, this entire discussion got directed elsewhere for the next couple of months with the fallout from that outrageous comment. Nevertheless, since that time, I've been asking over and over and over again how much has been provided, and over and over and over again, Elaine Paul Schaefer has blinked at me from that lectern, that dais, no response. Well, finally, at long last, we found out. Radnor Conservancy has provided no money whatsoever to Radnor Township since 2006 to the present day. However, since Commissioner Schaefer talked about the Friends of Ardrossan Park, that was asked as well. How much did they provide? Answer, 0. Now, the Friends of Ardrossan Park sent out a mailer, which I've sent to the board, but I'll put down on this table. Because there appears, at least in the newspaper, to be a little bit of a deflection as to what this money is for. This is a mailer that went out with that cow masthead, and I'll read it verbatim. Dear Radnor resident, in a few short months, Radnor Township will purchase 71 acres of the extraordinary Ardrossan estate, forever protecting the iconic viewshed we all cherish. This is the important language. As promised, a private fundraising effort is underway to minimize the impact on future taxpayers. Funds raised will go to the acquisition of the property and the construction of a trail system so that we can all enjoy this irreplaceable open space forever. The reason why I brought that particular language up is that in the paper there appears to be a discussion that, oh no, that's really just going for trails. That's not how it was pitched. That's not how it was pitched to your residents. That's unambiguous language that's saying it's going to the acquisition. Then there's that word and. It's not either, it's not or, it's not maybe also, it's and. And the fact that this township has no money whatsoever in its coffers from the Friends of Ardrossan Park for virtually 2 years is shocking. So when I found out that the Friends of Ardrossan Park had committed nothing, I asked the township to launch an investigation. I thought it was only right to do that to find out where did that money go to, because it clearly didn't end up with you all. What bank accounts is it held in? Was it refunded when it no longer apparently was designed to go for acquisition as pledged? Was it redirected? Is it drawing interest? If so, who's drawing interest on it? Somebody taking a salary on it? Now, the fact that it's taken 2 years to find all of this out is extremely disconcerting. Radnor Conservancy, I don't pretend to know too much about Friends of Ardrossan Park other than in this mailer they claim that they're seeking 501c3. Their current website appears to indicate that they're still seeking that. They still have language about, well, to become tax deductible retroactively. Radnor Conservancy has had, in my opinion, an improperly enhanced position over average citizens in this township. And it has virtually no accomplishments to back that up. Okay? Ardrossan was all it focused on, truly all it focused on. They'll, I'm sure, come in, as they stated they would, to the press and talk about other educational programs they may try to do, but really, that's the open space that they've always been involved in, and they were given a very significant seat at the table in terms of how this project and parcel should be acquired. And the fact that they have no money to show for it, and no money has been turned over for it, is, again, extremely disconcerting. They claim 300 members. They've been in existence prior to the acquisition for more than 10 years. And in the paper today, it's revealed that their donation to the Friends of Ardrossan, which apparently they're not too upset hasn't yet been turned over to Radnor Township, was $20,000. Now do the math on that. Do the math on that. 300 members, $20,000, 10 years. How much do you think that is per member per year? It's about $6. And yet this organization, for slightly less than your average meal at McDonald's per member, is given that place, that high-ranking place in the township. That has to stop. We have to stop treating organizations as impressive when, for the mere fact that they're able to get people elected on this board, like Commissioner Schaefer, like Commissioner Nagel, and like, for a brief period, Cheryl Tumola, who only got on that board, this board, excuse me, for that brief period, was because a former president of the Radnor Conservancy, John Fisher, voted for her to get on the board. So I just thought that I'd bring that for the good of the board. It sounds like in the press that this matter has been turned over to law enforcement. And let me reiterate what I told the press. I hope there are good explanations as to where that money went. I really do. But given Commissioner Schaefer's stony silence, given Commissioner Nagel's volcanic outburst, given the fact that nobody could come forward with any information or was willing to come forward with any information, and then 24 months later, we find out that no money at all came in, makes me very concerned, and I certainly hope for you all just as concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome to you, Phil. Leslie Morgan from Ward 1. I'm going to continue on what Lawyer Sherry spoke about, and I may go a little over my 5 minutes. I've been involved in trying to explain from my perspective growing up in Chester County, growing up in an area where 100% of where I grew up, people have donated conservation easements. And sometimes people step in. Is this on now? Okay. Step in, and they have to structure it differently. And there are a few different structures, and I outlined them years ago. I did a spreadsheet. I showed you a rate of return compared to what normal conservation projects look like, and this was 18 cents on the dollar, meaning out of 100, okay, cents, which typically are, whether that be Erdenheim Farm over in Chestnut Hill, whether it be one of my most recent ones, which I love, and this is called Barclay Park in Westchester. And just a very small group. We're very passionate about something very similar to Commissioner Schaefer's passion. I do not doubt your passion. And they wanted to buy 1.2 acres. And they had to raise $200,000, and they went through their deadline once, and they were given an extension of about 3 or 4 months. But they raised $200,000 on a purchase of 1.2 or 1.4 million. It is done every single year in counties around this country that private donations are part of this, especially if there is development. And this case, there was significant development and significant not by right development, meaning some of the lots at Ardrossan are well less than by right of 2 acres. So when you have that happen and the township taxpayers are dragged into this, you have to be very careful. There has to be skin in the game, and there has to be things that we get. We did not get trails. We did not get cultural asset protection, okay? I explained all this stuff. I went calling to Berkeley, California, okay? They love their open space there too. I went out all over the country because of my mother's connections and some other people that we know. And this was a failed deal. Whether you love it or not, it was a failed deal. But what we were promised is much more than what Mr. Sherry is giving the public, and I hope people can just give me a second to get my paperwork involved, okay? So I want to be very clear that we received in December 2013, before the vote was taken by the board, an outline of what was called the executive summary. At the time, Commissioner Schaefer was the president. She was very specific in the amounts that would be raised. Here we go.
I believe you mean 2014, don't you?
No, this executive summary was written a year before. So that
a year before the acquisition, is that what
it
you're
was
talking
actually
about?
written a year before, so that people saw this was the deal, okay? That the money would be raised, and it was in 2 parts, okay? And it was a combination of all different financing things, mostly the taxpayer, as we know. But there was $1 million from the state, $500,000 in the executive summary from Delaware County.
Leslie, do you want the overhead on?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. I get so lost in my train of thought to try and keep under 5 minutes.
There you go.
Thank you. $500,000 from the county. $408,000 were from private donations in Commissioner Schaefer's executive summary, which is now reposted on the website under the Ardrossan file, okay? It is there in writing. And $408,820, a very specific amount. That was for the land side. Okay, now you had a secondary side, because I asked about this because we started having meetings again about trails, and I'm like, where is all the money going to go from? And we were assured, Commissioner Schaefer assured me, that the trails would be funded by grants and private donations. At that time, they were budgeted at $612,830, a very specific number, $612,830. The fencing and the trails on the Adrossan and the other side, okay? And now the budget is $800,000, by the way. But what did we get? The taxpayers came in. They did their duty because you have the vote here. You have the 4 votes. And the state of Pennsylvania did. I don't know what packet was given to the state. I don't know if the state was given also that we were supposed to do private donations, and we had skin in the game, and also private people. Delaware County, as of yet, and I don't know where that stands, I'm just told the money isn't here and that there is no money from Delaware County. I don't know what happened to the package. We weren't told that it was submitted and failed. We weren't told it was submitted and succeeded. It was in the executive summary that we were to get that money. This is the deal, how it laid out, okay? Then there was deal costs, a few $100,000 in deal costs, okay? So I want people to understand that we have not received any money. I don't know these little games between charities or 501(c)(3)s that pop up and call themselves important, but I think it's important to understand that people, even in Chestnut Hill, in Plymouth Township, raised almost $10 million. Then their school came in, their county came in, people came in. It is a sort of a shared sacrifice is what I call it. We should be ashamed of ourselves. The dogs raised more money than us, Bear and Rocket. We have motorcycles given. There is generous people. So what happened? And to stay silent is not an answerable. That's not a correct answer, to stay silent. I don't know why it took 2 years for us to even find out. But here's where we are at right now, because I know there's a meeting on October 17th that's going to use our building here, and the budget's $800-some thousand. Why not give them time, the trails down there? That ward gets so much money. Give them time to fundraise for us. Give them time, give everybody who's passionate about it time to get the $612,830 that was promised to us as a community. Show that we can do this like other people. Show it. Do not give up on this. I do not believe in this. I believe that you need to have skin in the game. This is a bastardization of preservation. I have one other thing. I don't know. I'm going to submit it to you, but I don't think it belongs in your hands. I believe it belongs into Commissioner Schaefer's, but it's an invoice for the 2 amounts, which total over $1 million. You can do with it what you want.
I'd like for you to collect that money, please.
It's past due. Unfortunately, right now, it's what we call past due. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Christina Peroni, and I live in the First Ward. I have talked to other residents who have, many people in our community have donated to the Conservancy. And the question is, what happened to all that money? And lots of people have donated a lot of money. And I know that this board is not responsible for that. But what you are responsible for, and I think each of you, including, the staff, at what point did you know that there was no money? 2 years later is a really long time to disclose that information. So I think we should know who knew what, when, and where when we have this conversation to try and understand, was the community purposefully held in the dark? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Great. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item of agenda.
Excuse me, Phil. I'd like to address a few of those points, if you will. First of all, the Friends of Radnor Ardrossan Park is a group that was formed by the Conservancy, the Boy Scouts, the sports teams, and Chester Valley Sportsmen's Association. They're the ones that did the fundraising we're talking about. Today, they have a bank account, and I don't remember the exact amount, 30,000 plus or minus. And all they're waiting for is for us to start doing something in Ardrossan Park. So that money's there. It's gaining interest, accruing to the benefit of that account. In fact, members of their board have been paying for such items as their insurance and filing fees so that that amount does not decrease. We talked about the $1 million that was raised from the state. That application was fully written and prepared by the Radnor Conservancy. It was shepherded by the Radnor Conservancy, and Radnor Conservancy worked in Harrisburg to get that passed, and we got it. So there's $1 million right there. Leslie loves to talk about the ideal way it gets done, and it does get done places like that. Unfortunately, go talk to your friends that work on the library board and see how their fundraising's going. Fundraising is not a commitment for a certain amount. It's a commitment to attempt to raise. Those things were done. Radnor Conservancy is a nonprofit. They file their forms. Go look them up. There's plenty of services out there allow you to see what they're doing with their money. Back when this whole project started 20 years ago, Radnor Conservancy was responsible for a visioning workshop which had people of international stature that are involved in preservation and such. Ended up with a 33-page report that people were here about 10 days with recommendations that could be used as a guideline for what would happen with that property. Radnor Conservancy identified a white knight who was willing to buy the entire property and conserve it. The man went in and put money on the table at the bank, the trust bank. The family never even had the courtesy to acknowledge his offer. You need a willing seller. In addition, when we had the bond referendums, there was a group called Citizens to Preserve Radnor. It was formed of some of the members of the Conservancy and some other private citizens. That group did all the work and education about open space. As you know, that open space referendum passed for, what was it, 70-some percent? Elaine, do you remember them? 79%. Delaware County had an open space referendum. What do you think happened with it? Down in flames. Myself and Elaine and Hank Mahoney went and met with the Delaware County board and basically were said, very nice, but no money for Radnor. There was some land in Upper Darby they were buying where one of the Catholic schools formerly had been along the Darby Creek. Excellent purchase. I don't fault that purchase, but they had plans for that money. There's been a tremendous amount of public education all along on this. And again, this board really has no authority over Radnor Conservancy. There are entities out there who have that responsibility, and that's really who you should be talking to.
John, I don't know why.
Rich, I'm not finished. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Point of order. You are finished.
No, he's not. Let him finish,
You're
please.
finished.
Rich, let him finish, please.
You haven't addressed the issue at all. You're disparaging the library. Why do you want to attack the library?
Rich, please let
the
him
library board. That's
Rich,
ridiculous.
Rich,
you're out of
please let him
order as
finish.
usual.
John, continue and finish.
So anyway, what other people aren't recognizing is currently the Radnor Conservancy holds 3 conservation easements in Radnor. The Agnes Nixon property on Conestoga Road as you go into Garrett Hill. There's a property at the corner of Roberts Road and Darby Paoli Road, and the third property is over in the 2nd Ward. In each of the cases, the owners of those property were willing to put conservation easements on their property, assuring there would be no building on that property. That was done by the Conservancy through their efforts. So you need to understand that too. It's not that nothing's happened, a lot's happened, but you can't give money if people don't donate it.
Again, John.
I would like to correct him on one thing,
No,
because I
please,
don't know
you've
what
already-
he said
no,
is
you've already-
true.
you've already spoken.
Please look on the website. The Natural Lands Trust, we paid $3,350. It's right on your website to write the grant. I would like to at least correct a misstatement. Thank you. And there were others, but I won't bore you.
Thank you.
And John, it doesn't make any difference. The question was, what money did they raise and what money did they contribute? The answer has been zero. Those, as it turns out, you think that they helped with some various reports, et cetera, and did some other things. That's not what the question was. And it is embarrassing that this board allowed these entities to trade on the township's name and to never produce any funds. And we have asked that John Rice look into this and call the Bureau of Charitable Organizations for a review to ensure that there is money and that if there's any wrongdoing, we want to make sure that the money is there, that it will be delivered, because we know nothing about it at this point after multiple tries and multiple years.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our next item for agenda. Item 3, announcements of vacancies on various boards and commissions. And first up, we have an interview, and we'd like to consider one for the Shade Tree Committee. So I'll accept a motion to...
I'll move that we appoint Jacob Abel to the Shade Tree Commission.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, public discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you. And Jacob, thank you for stepping up to serve in that committee. It's a valuable committee for our township. Then I'll give up now the vacancies on other various boards and commissions. These are immediately open right now. That is one vacancy on the Board of Health, one vacancy on the Design Review Board, one vacancy on the Shade Tree Commission still remaining to fill an unexpired term, one vacancy on the Stormwater Advisory Committee to fill an unexpired term. And then coming up, effective January 1st of 2017, we have one vacancy each for the Board of Health, Design Review Board, Environmental Advisory Council, Planning Commission, and the Rental Housing Appeal Board. If you have interest in that, please send a letter of interest and any of your qualifications that you feel are necessary to our Township Manager, Bob Zinkowski. Further information about these boards and commissions are on our website. And if you're interested, you can also check their latest meetings or previous meetings on our YouTube channel so you get an idea of what they do. Thank you. All right, next item is item 4, appointment of special counsel to the Ethics Board. And we have resolution 2016-101, appointing Joel S. Barris, Esquire of Reed Smith, LLP, as special counsel to the Radnor Township Board of Ethics. I entertain a motion to consider that.
I move that we hire Joel Barris for this position.
Any second?
I'll second the resolution.
Great. All right, let's have some discussion.
Before we start the discussion, Solicitor Rice, can you clarify whether the two participants in this ethics endeavor should be voting?
You can both vote on this.
Okay.
That's not correct, John. The subject of the investigation should not vote on this appointment of special counsel for the ethics review of that person.
There's nothing in the charter that prohibits, there's no relationship with this law firm. Mr. Barris doesn't have any, has never represented either of you. You've got a complainant, which is one commissioner. You got another commissioner who is the subject. I see nothing in the charter that prohibits either of you from voting on this.
John, the Ethics Board is going to review the conduct of one Elaine Schaefer. Elaine Schaefer, therefore, should not be voting on counsel in review of the charges against.
But you intend to, Commissioner Booker? Is that
I
what
do
you're
intend
saying?
to. This is not, there's one person that's running for state office. There's one person who committed the acts. I raised this issue months ago, and this happens to be a culmination of a further infraction that was brought on by Ms. Schaefer. This is an ethics review to review her conduct. She should not vote on the special counsel for the ethics board. I think you're absolutely wrong, Counselor, and as a fellow attorney, it's obviously fraught with conflict. And Elaine is attorney as well and knows that there's a conflict in this as well.
But not for you. That's your position.
It's not for me because I'm like any other person. I just happen to be the one who filed the charges. It could have been any person in the township that did this.
That person would not be voting on appointment of special counsel. If it was someone else sitting in this room, they wouldn't be voting.
They wouldn't be voting. I happen to do it, and I can't
look,
vote.
I was asked a question. My opinion is you can both vote on this. I don't see in the charter the section that deals with conflict of interest. You may not like it, but there's nothing in there unless there's some pecuniary issue involved with this law firm that prohibits this from occurring. So,
John, what I'm hearing you say.
There is a pecuniary interest in this. There's pecuniary interest in a role. And John, this is not the advice that you just gave in the executive review of this.
so you're gonna air that discussion too.
John, you're inconsistent from 1 minute to the next. when Elaine happened to ask you, I guess. So did you cook that up in the last few minutes? What happened?
I just gave my opinion. Mr. Sherry can sit here and stare at me all he wants, but you've got my opinion.
We'll consider this motion.
So, John, what I'm hearing you tell me is that if there was a financial stake of either of them, that you would tell them that they can't vote. But because there is no financial stake, you're telling them that they can vote. And essentially, your position is that bias is not a reason, or prospective bias is not a reason.
Under the charter, you've got some specific definitions of conflict of interest, and it all relates to pecuniary interest or some disqualification because the people that would be voting on this have some business relationship with the contractor, or in this case, the law firm. Neither of these commissioners have that. Therefore, they can vote.
But, John, you're ignoring the ethics charges are brought against one of the people, and that person is therefore conflicted and should not vote on counsel.
I don't see that statement anywhere in the charter, Commissioner Booker.
I'll move the table this. We need to have this reviewed by alternative counsel.
I mean, I'll second the tabling. I don't know that there's an urgency for us on it, so I'll second the tabling.
John, can you, so that's seconded. We have an amendment to that. John Rice, is there a time limit on that we must decide this issue, or he's motioning to table? Is that a proper motion?
In terms of the Ethics Board convening?
Well, they can't convene until they have a special counsel, right?
Well, there's some time limit on that board accepting a complaint and then deciding whether to proceed. You don't have to make an appointment tonight. I mean, it's my recommendation that this move forward. I don't see any conflict with either of these commissioners voting on this. You're going to have the same issue come back to you with whoever. If Mr. Barris is not appointed, you're going to have some other counsel here, and you're going to have the same issue that comes up. So you've got 7 commissioners. You can all vote.
And I'll say that part of, I know, I'm sure Mr. Barris will do a fine job. I thought he represented himself well last time, but I don't know that we need to pay this rate. I think we can get representation from some of the local attorneys, some that attorneys with municipal experience at a rate that's considerably less, and the representation will be as good. So part of my reason for not taking action tonight is I think we should be presented with opportunities for alternative counsel.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I would like to just weigh in on the motion to table and the lack of urgency. that you perceive. You know, this has been a smear on me in the middle of a political campaign, and it is my opinion that it's completely politically motivated. So you can understand that I would like to clear my name as soon as possible and have this board look at these ridiculous charges and deal with them as soon as possible. So while it might not seem urgent to others, it's urgent to me, as it's my reputation and that is being smeared unnecessarily and politically. So I would request that we do not table it and we move forward. Thank you.
There is one person making this political, and that is Elaine Paul Schaefer. This is not a political issue. There's one person that's running for state office and who committed these infractions. This is not a baseless or meritless charge. This is, in fact, documented. And as such, I take offense that I would be questioned on the veracity of these charges. But again, the issue at hand is John has changed his legal opinion in a matter of moments, and we need further review. So we should table this and get clarity on the law in this case. And we should also have an opportunity to provide alternative counsel. There was no opportunity, and I do have, I would like to get some recommendations, and I would ask that the manager, Bob Zankowski, provide a list of 4 people to serve in this role for consideration.
So could we separate then the motions? First motion would be to table it until we have till we have opportunities to evaluate alternative counsel. If that passes, then it's done. If that doesn't pass, then Rich could, if he chooses to, make a motion to table it, because what I'm hearing you say, Rich, is you want a better understanding of the legal issue. I won't put words in your mouth, but as to who can vote and who can't. My reason for tabling it is I believe that we can get alternative counsel at a lower cost that would be beneficial to the township.
I think it's the same thing.
All right, so I'll move that we table this and ask the township to provide us with alternative counsel.
Second.
Okay, so that was an amendment to that? Any other board committee?
It's a repetition of the original motion.
Correct. No, it was an amendment to that. The original motion was to accept Mr. Barris. So you are making an amended motion.
Some kind of subsidiary motion.
That's correct. We have to decide that first before we go back to the main issue of Mr. Barris, right? Any other commissioner comment on this? Any public comment on
it? Yeah, some public comment on that I think is in order.
Welcome.
Welcome again. The last ethics investigation, which I alluded to during my first comment phase tonight, involved John Rice advising the ethics board, even though he was approximately 6 feet from John Nagel with the "somebody shoot you" outburst. I attempted to get him to recuse himself because lawyers really should not be acting as counsel when they could be called as fact witness. He refused. Now let's talk about Joel Barris real quickly. And Commissioner Curley, I don't often like to take issue with you, but boy, I take issue with that prediction that Joel Barris do a good job. Joel Barris has been involved in 2 prior ethics investigations in this township. He was brought in during the ethics investigation of Bill Spingler when I represented Christina Peroni. Okay, it was done after John Rice stepped aside after pledging that he would not. He was brought in, and what did he do? That board closed the ethics investigation. An advisory board closed the ethics investigation. Okay, this board then convened, and a vote was called as to whether or not that information should, as it's mandated, be passed up to this Board of Commissioners, because you all are the judges, not the ethics board. And Mr. Barris came before this board, and you can watch this video on YouTube, and you can see the bewilderment on Commissioner John Fisher's face, and you can hear the words from Commissioner Booker, who's been an attorney for decades, saying, Mr. Barris, you're engaging in legal sophistry. It's ridiculous for an advisory board to just close an ethics investigation. What other advisory board in this township has the power to take that type of action? It makes no sense. Now, that's just the first ethics investigation that Mr. Barris was involved in. And at least in that ethics investigation, this board voted to pay a Reed Smith bill. Now, the second time that Joel Barris ended up in an ethics investigation was the investigation of Jim Higgins under allegations of harassing and trespassing against a local veterinarian. Now, how did Joel Barris get on the ethics board that time? Not by any vote of this board, not by any vote on this board at all. And I came in when they closed that investigation. I said, what's Mr. Barris doing here? And Bud Hirsch, the chairman of the ethics board at that time, currently featured on Elaine Paul Schaefer's campaign literature, stated, oh, well, no, there was a prior public meeting and this was publicly done and everyone knew, public meeting, public meeting, public meeting. And Mr. Barris sat there like a bump on the log and didn't correct Mr. Hirsch when it was later revealed there was no meeting. There was no call for Mr. Barris to get on the board. So what, you think he's just due a third time around? Maybe now we'll actually have an advisory board that actually brings the evidence towards the Board of Commissioners and you all, as our elected representatives, vote? Why would you even dare go through that? I mean, now, one other thing I'll bring up, because Commissioner Schaefer says, well, boy, this is frivolous, and I want to clear my name, I want to clear my name, I want to clear my name. Why don't you just recuse from this vote? Sounds like you'll get a vote then. Seems like the only holdup is your involvement in voting on this. If it's so frivolous, why do you feel that you need to have a voice as to who's going to be advising the ethics board? No answer, huh? Just like we don't want to answer how much the Radnor Conservancy contributed? I mean, you're an attorney. You know this. You really think it's critical and important for you to have a vote as to who's going to be advising the ethics board investigating you? Because John Rice, who apparently pulled a 180 in what? How many minutes, Commissioner Booker, are we talking about? Not many. I have been critical of the solicitor of this township almost every meeting. Eventually, you are going to draw the line between solicitor and sycophant. Any other person advising this Board of Commissioners who would dare do something like that should be ridden out of town on a rail. That Elaine Paul Schaefer can vote on who's going to be advising the ethics board. By the way, did Bill Spengler vote as to who the commissioner or the solicitor would be advising the ethics board? The answer is no. How about Jim Higgins? Well, I certainly hope not. At least nobody on this board has claimed to have been able to vote on that issue. Why should Elaine Paul Schaefer get to vote on this? At a minimum, bring in alternative counsel to advise you. Fresh eyes and neutrality, I hope, as to whether or not it's appropriate for the active subject of an ethics investigation to be able to vote on who will be advising the ethics board. We've had some strange votes in this township lately. Heck, Commissioner R., the only reason you're president is because the board member who resigned from the presidency in disgrace, Jim Higgins, voted to make you the president. And now you're going to be this board's liaison on the ethics board. And you haven't said one word up here when John Rice tells this township that Elaine Paul Schaefer can vote as to who's going to be advising the ethics board. Do you really think that's appropriate? You don't want to chime in? You don't want to let the 7th Ward know where you stand on that?
Mr. Sherry, public comment.
Goodness. Maybe if I wait another 5 minutes, I'll get a different opinion from John Rice as to whether or not my comments are public or not.
It's still public.
Oh, we want to start commenting, John?
Still public comment. Personal attacks.
Yeah,
personal attacks aren't appropriate.
That's right. That's a personal attack.
And you're taking up other people's time.
That's right. Trespassing on people's time. Wouldn't want to do that. By the way, I'll just close with this picture. Could we zoom in on this real quickly? This is a photograph that was taken by Pete Bannon, I believe, of the Mainline Suburban Life when Dave Bayshore was terminated for cause. Terminated for cause. That's Elaine Paul Schaefer. That's Dave Bayshore right there. By the way, I don't know if anybody was present for that particular termination hearing, but boy, there was a lot of bipartisan support for the termination of Dave Bayshore. It was set forth by Tom Masterson, a Republican commissioner in the 6th Ward, was backed by Christina Perroni, a Democratic committee woman in the 2nd Ward, and also our treasurer, who was, in my opinion, the victim of a counter-smear campaign by Dave Bayshore. And nevertheless, he was able to hold it together. That's Elaine Paul Schaefer, the same person who now appears in television commercials stating that she cleaned up the township, including somebody
Mr. Chair,
taking an unauthorized bonus.
Please keep to the point.
And now she
Please keep
wants
to the point.
No, oh no, this is consistent.
No.
And now she wants to be voting on who represents the
You've
ethics
made the
board when
point.
she's being actively investigated.
You've made the
I
point.
find that disgraceful. Thank you.
Thank you.
We haven't moved the table?
Hey, we'll take the call to count on that motion to table. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Okay. To the issue of Mr. Barris.
All right, so can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, so we were talking about conflict of interest and there being a pecuniary aspect there. So I think what we need to know is whether Reed Smith has hosted, I mean, this all revolves around a political campaign, the allegations and everything. So has Reed Smith hosted any fundraisers or have they given any money to Elaine Schaefer's campaign? I think that's relevant here.
I would have no way of knowing that. If
I think she has to answer the question.
If Mr. Barris did it, I mean, he has to do a conflict check like every law firm does a conflict check when taking on a new case or a new client.
Any one of the partners could have given, or the partnership, and it might not have come up.
Or either Commissioner Clark or Commissioner Booker aware of any contributions?
So, no, I'm not aware of any. So if, I want to make sure that we set forth affirmatively that there's no pecuniary conflict of interest there. I think it's a legitimate question if there have been any fundraisers hosted or any monies given to the campaign from Reed Smith.
To the best of my knowledge, the answer to your question is no. And I am Elaine's treasurer.
Well, I'm not really sure what to do here, to be perfectly honest. I sense that there is an issue here. I'm not clear exactly what to do. So to be safe, I'm going to recuse myself despite the advice that I've gotten. I see that if I recuse myself, I don't understand why the accuser would recuse himself. It seems a little strange and unfair to be the accuser and then be able to vote on the judge of the claim that you are accusing. So I find
it's not a
that
judge.
perplexing, or the person who's running the process. But your ethics are your problem, and I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself just to be safe, because I, to be perfectly honest, am not sure what to do.
All right. Do we have any further board discussion on the issue of Mr. Barris?
I would just echo Don's comments that I think we can get someone cheaper who's local, and I think that we should get some alternative candidates in here for
And I
the
can
position.
promise you that we will commit to fair, if that's, if there's some concern there. I'm going to correct one thing. Mr. Sherry, you indicated that you quoted me as saying that I believe Mr. Barris did a good job. I believe I said something to the effect that he represented himself well. So even though my opinion is, I disagreed with Mr. Barris's opinion, but I thought he represented himself well, and I thought he expressed that opinion very professionally. So that was the statement that I was trying to make, or the statement that I made. And I can assure everyone that my intent is to find the best representation that is fair, and that this is not part of, I'm certainly not trying to stack the deck one way or another. I'm committing to fair representation.
And just to close the loop, I'm disqualified because there's two commissioners, one that's filed the complaint and the other one is the subject of the complaint. That's why this issue is even before the board, special counsel, since I represent all the commissioners. And I early on made that decision.
As I see it, Phil, we would need to vote on the resolution. If it passes, we're done and we move on. If it doesn't pass, we have to decide what the next step is.
Correct. And I'll weigh in on this myself. When I was considering this, I know Don and I had a conversation about the issue of cost. I think the cost is more with Reed Smith. However, at the same time, I think you have someone who's familiar with the process and does not have to get up to speed as to who the folks are and what the process is for our township. We may end up with a net savings in terms of billable hours. So I think it may even be a wash. So on the issue of cost, I don't accept that argument. I think they're equal. Here we have someone who's done it. Some people may not like exactly where it is, but he is not the one who votes. The votes are the people of the Ethics Committee, and those are the people that I trust. So I respect Elaine's decision to recuse herself, especially in the area of ambiguity here. I think it's a safer move for her, and I respect her ability to do that. But as for myself, I will vote to accept Mr. Barris and get this thing moving. So I see no reason not to. All right, so I'm sorry, are you coming up for comment? I think you have not spoken on this issue, so you have.
Thank you. I'm Christina Peroni, and
You've spoken, Mr. Sherry.
This is a new vote, Commissioner.
I know, you've spoken.
And Mr. Barris, I just want to say that
With that gesture and that comment, it sure appeared to be.
Go ahead.
this is in particular to the president, because I don't know how involved you were, and you might have been brand new. You might not have even been here at the time when, I don't recall, when this last ethics complaint happened. But Mr. Barris didn't even let the information go forward to you guys. So I would argue that he misrepresented all of you. He did not allow you to get the data, to review it, to decide what was real and what wasn't real. So to say that this man is entitled to earn a penny, he didn't disclose the data to you. He didn't disclose the data to the public. So how could we know if any of it was true or not true? So to go and spend money on this man again is just, to me, you just are complimenting somebody who misrepresented you. And I would hope that you're all way smarter than that. He went over all of us. So I would hope you wouldn't do that.
Thank you.
New vote, new public comment, okay? Just slight correction to what Ms. Peroni said. It is the Ethics Board that ultimately votes. The issue is whether or not they actually were allowed to vote to close the ethics investigation, and that is process. And I dare say you want fresh eyes on that process. You don't want that same process occurring again. That's the import of it. Okay, there is a fundamental issue as to whether or not an advisory board can take dispositive action to close an ethics investigation. You want fresh eyes on that. And yes, when it came to Commissioner Spengler, the ethics board voted to close it under no probable cause. And then again, same thing with Commissioner Higgins, close it, no probable cause. Commissioner Curley, to the extent I misquoted you, I apologize sincerely. I hear any positive characteristic, though, about Joel Barris's performance in those last two ethics investigations, and I must confess, a couple wires are going to get crossed in my head, because this public saw what happened during those last two investigations. Again, with Bill Spengler, there was a lot of evidence. With Jim Higgins, there was eyewitness testimony from the veterinarian, and still closed. And then, of course, with Nagel, who's over there sulking a little bit right now, this is a shoot you comment at a Board of Commissioners meeting, on television, affidavits provided, but that wasn't Joel Barris who was involved in advising the board to shut that down. That was John Rice. So please, take your time, consider your options, give at least the auspices of taking this ethics investigation seriously. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Jane Galley, Barclayton Road in Rosemont. I would from my point of view, listening to all of this, you take bids on all kinds of things, from trees to cement to whatever. Why should this be any different? Get the best price for the township. It's costing us money to do this, so we should not just go with whoever walks in the door. We need to have people offer their suggestions that they are able to do this as well.
Great, thank you. Any other public commissioner comment? I have a couple of questions to John Rice. One is, first of all, if we put this out to bid, so to speak, we're not talking about getting the cheapest bidder here, are we? Is there a requirement that we do that?
No, it's a professional service. You want the best counsel that has some background and experience at the best price.
Okay. Secondly, my read of the ethics charter, the charter for the Board of Ethics and what they do, is that there is a specific provision, in fact, an obligation that they have. This is my read. I want to check it with you. That their first read is to meet to see if there's qualifications for a charge of Board of Ethics. In other words, there is a specific provision in there for them to meet privately, consider the charges, and decide at that point whether it is valuable to go forward or not, thereby whether they recommend anything to the Board of Commissioners or they do stop it at that point. Now, is my read of that correct, or am I reading something different? I don't have it in front of me now. I apologize.
There's a sort of there's a two-step process. There's a preliminary inquiry, which happened in all of these cases, and at that point, the Ethics Board is free to, and it's confidential, free to interview, look at records, and that happened in all of these, and then they make a decision not to shut it down. They make a decision and they vote that there's not enough here to go forward to the next step.
Okay.
And that's what happened in all three of these.
So Phil, so some of us didn't see it that way last time. Some of us saw it as that's what happened. The Ethics Board then made ultimately the final decision not to continue the investigation. And some of us thought, not by our choice, not what we wanted, but we thought that the combination of ordinances and regulations and resolutions required that come to the Board of Commissioners as advice, meaning our advice is that you dismiss it because there is nothing there. That's the step that never happened, and that's the step that some of us opposed last time. Commissioner Booker, is that your recollection also? That
Commissioner Curley, yes. You know, there's a set of rules that were adopted that we discovered when the first one was filed by Ms. Peroni that lay out these procedures.
Yes.
And they're not perfect, but they're the rules that this board's been operating under.
But we came to a different determination of those rules. Right. Only one of us can be right. So I had my opinion, which was different than yours, and it was different than Mr. Barris's. So the point of this is that issue that you raised is not settled. In our opinion, it was unsettled last time, and it still remains unsettled. And I believe that's when Mr. Sherry said fresh eyes, I believe that's the provision that he thought should have fresh eyes.
Hey, let me just check what you're saying. Am I wrong to even come close to that decision, that read? I mean, I understand there may be differences, but
Mr. Barris
am I
came
wrong
to it, and
with even coming
Rice
to that
came
conclusion on my own?
Two attorneys came to that conclusion, so both of them advised the township of that. So
okay.
How, in defense of you, how critical of you can we be?
Okay.
So,
well, I just want to check my reasoning on it, that's all.
But this was a hotly debated point. Some of us, some thought we were being overcritical or over-reliant on the technicality of the ordinance, but that wasn't my interpretation. My interpretation was that, and still is, that the Ethics Board is an advisory board and should make a recommendation to this board, and then this board is the board that would ultimately accept or reject.
So was there a superseding regulation in your mind?
There were.
What would that be?
In my opinion, there were ordinances and resolutions, and they were interpreted differently. I can't recreate it, and it's not going to be prudent for us to hash it out tonight.
Okay.
But two sides made strong arguments for different positions, and the board accepted the advice that Mr. Rice and Mr. Barris provided it on a 4-3 vote, if I remember correctly, or a 5-2, I forget. Not unanimous, as I recall.
Not unanimous, but the idea was challenged, it was raised, and you actively discovered it or discussed it.
Yes.
And voted on which.
That's my recollection of how, at least one time, it proceeded that way.
Let me correct that. It was not a 4-3 vote. No. 3-3, deadlocking vote. And let me explain. This is when, Dan Sherry again, in case anybody forgets.
Just a couple minutes,
background.
please.
I'll keep it very, very concise.
Okay, I respect
Because
it.
you can go back and now look all of this at YouTube, and you can watch Mr. Barris's performance, and you can draw your own conclusions, and I invite you to do that. What happened is that when Bill Spengler was being investigated by the Ethics Board, initially, Elaine Paul Schaefer, being president of the Board of Commissioners, is code mandated to be on the Ethics Board,
Right.
just as you are.
Correct.
However, as a result of Elaine Paul Schaefer's ongoing financial conflict of interest with Villanova University, which that ethics investigation involved, she got off only after my investigation. Now, that's important, because there's no way that you can just get off the ethics board for anything other than you have a conflict. You're code mandated, and you're nodding. See? Now wait, because this is going to confuse you. After the ethics board closed the investigation, and that's what they did. They closed it. That's the word, closed. Closed, shut, potato, potato. Came before this board as to whether or not, boy, that seems really inconsistent with what an advisory board should be doing. Should we have them pass it up? Now, Bill Spengler, and very difficult for me to compliment Bill Spengler, but he got this right. He didn't take part in that vote. Instead, there were 6. But how could that be, you ask? Because there's only 7 commissioners, and Elaine Paul Schaefer already recused. Elaine Paul Schaefer came waltzing right back in and voted to block it, 3-3. So when Commissioner Curley says that it's unsettled, oh, it's unsettled, all right. But only one interpretation makes sense. Again, Commissioner R., what advisory board in Radnor Township are you familiar with that has the ability to take dispositive action? Doesn't that kind of go against the phrase advisory board? Okay, I'm an attorney. I advise clients all the time. I can't enter into settlements for them. That's their decision. You're the board. So yeah, you can say, well, gee, yeah, I guess I might have some interpretation that's backed up by Joel Barris and John Rice. But explore that. Explore that. Please, look at the charter, look at what advisory board means, think about it, and then also reflect on your responsibilities as an elected official. Thank you.
Thank you for the history lesson. And what I'm hearing is that that actually there is substantive for those folks to have advised to end it, and after the preliminary hearing, to advise to end it. In fact, you do raise the question of what advisory board is doing that. I'll submit that my read of it, and I'll go back and reread it, my read of it is that they were given those special powers by the charter, by their charter. They were given it, and that was agreed to by the Board of Commissioners. However, I understand.
And just note that that's the whole issue, is as I recall, there was a resolution that provided that, and then there was an ordinance that my recollection that said otherwise. So
I understand it's conflict. I get it. I get it now. So all right, that's good information. I appreciate that. All right, so where are we? We're at calling the vote.
I'd like to make a comment.
Yep.
We just spent about an hour on this subject, and I'm wondering whether our public is dismayed over our inability to function as an elected body. Have we lost our capacity to govern? This is all about a complaint by my friend Mr. Booker against my friend Elaine Schaefer. And I spoke with Rich on Thursday privately, and I asked him if he would not withdraw the complaint that he has filed with the Ethics Board against Elaine and go to her and discuss what his grievance is and work it out. He said no, he wasn't going to do that. I think we've kind of lost our way when this is the 3rd year now that we've had our board has been harangued, or at least the Democrats on the board have been harangued about the fact that we make decisions that don't satisfy people that bring ethics complaints. For example, Mr. Sherry and his client, Mrs. Perroni, had a full and fair hearing by the Ethics Board. They were determined by the Ethics Board, I think the vote was 5-1 or 6-1, that there was no probable cause. And then it is proper under our ethics ordinance for the ethics investigation to be not closed, but no probable cause is shown. So from there, things move forward. In the case of John Nagel, the same finding was made. In my case, the same finding was made. And Mr. Sherry likes to relitigate things that have already been established. I was exonerated. I did not trespass on the property. The property is open to the public. How can you trespass on a property like that? I did not tell the police to file false reports. I did not harass the owner of the veterinarian hospital. Anyway, that's all beside the point. I would ask my 6 fellow commissioners, can we get back to the business of governing? We have constituents that elected us to take action on development, on our police force, on our zoning code, on our parks, on our library, on the plight of our fire company that's experiencing, I guess it's our ambulance company, experiencing heavy costs in delivering patients to our hospitals. We need to get back to those things. And having one commissioner bring an ethics complaint against another commissioner over an incident where, and Rich, you recite the facts as if they've been proven. Like she violated some law. She was invited to a police enforcement.
Jim, we'll have time to go through. This is an issue related to.
So you've defamed her. I'd like to set
it's
the
not a
record
defamation.
straight. I'd like to set the
let's
record straight.
vote on. You said it. Let's vote on the issue. We can go through. I'm happy to go through that with you at another time. This is not the time.
But she went to a.
You know the charges.
Police,
I'm fully
Rich, let him
justified.
finish for a few
police
minutes.
organization
He gets to
meeting
speak.
at the invitation of the body, and the police, our police chief, she said, "Are you going?" Or the township manager said to him, "Are you going?" And he said yes. And so she went there and she was talking with him, and her photograph was taken. And that's been blown out of proportion.
And her
as if
campaign
she-
manager was there as well.
As if she is, that's been blown out of proportion, as if she's misusing taxpayers' funds. That wasn't true. But even if it were true, and I don't agree for a second that it was, isn't that something you should discuss with her and say, you shouldn't have done that, it didn't look good, and let's get beyond that. Instead, you bring an ethics complaint, and what does that do to us? It makes us look like idiots in front of the public. We can't govern. We can't get anything done. It's like the House of Representatives and the Senate in Washington. And I'll tell you, throw the president in there too. Nothing is getting done. That's not the way. We're not elected to do that. So I would just ask us to step back and take a look, and also the members of the public that come in and harangue us and defame us repeatedly over things that were settled. This concept in the law, res judicata, or collateral estoppel. These things have been settled. This lawyer and others keep bringing them back as if he's entitled to continue the defamation. So that's what I have to say. Let's get back to the business of governing. Thank you.
Let's do that, Jim. And I completely disagree with Jim on these points, and completely say what he said is incorrect and false. Let's do the business, and let's go to do the vote. And you just took 6 minutes to talk about it, something unrelated.
All right, let's call this for a vote. All those in favor of appointing Joel Barris, Esquire of Reed Smith, as special counsel to the Radnor Township Board of Ethics, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
I move that the staff.
Well, let's announce the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is the count? I didn't.
It was 2 to 3.
2 to 3. Thank you.
No, it's 2 to 4.
No, one.
6. Yeah.
Refusal.
That's
Did
correct.
you vote?
I voted nay. I voted nay. 2 to 4.
So is it the sense of then the board would like to have staff come back with alternative counsel?
I think staff should come back with one other alternative counsel to consider.
Well, yeah.
I'd like to have at least 4.
No, I
But
think that's too
I'm
many.
going to ask for some suggestions from.
That 4's too many.
I don't think, well, I'll leave that to them, but I don't know that 2 is, so let's not, I don't know that we need to specify the number. Let's just say alternative counsel.
Okay. Right?
I second that motion.
Okay. All right, any discussion? Public discussion? All those in favor?
We have to do it. We have no choice.
Yeah,
We
okay.
do it.
Let's say aye.
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 All right. right, next up are committee reports.
Mr. President?
Yes.
If I may?
Yes.
As a suggestion for time, this is for the board to consider. I know we've got a lot on the agenda.
Yep.
I would ask that, I know the Radnor Fire Company, I know this is important to hear their presentation. I know there'll be questions from the board. If possible, whether or not the Avis and Young, I know you've been here, sitting here patiently, of whether or not that they could hand out their report. We can post it to the website, ask them to come back in 2 weeks. We'll hand out their reports to, I know there's some of the individuals here in the audience. Will hand them copies so they can go away this evening with it. And then also we will set up individual meetings with Avis and Young with those individuals. I know Sarah, Christina, Doug is here, that they can meet with them over the next 2 weeks and then come back, give the board a chance to meet with them. And then also too, in this one, I'll ask with the Lancaster Avenue, if we can bring that back in 2 weeks and discuss that in 2 weeks, because that may take some time. If we can hold that one for 2 weeks. And I think even the stormwater one, I'm not sure how long that conversation will take, of whether that can last 2 weeks or whether that one, if that one will take a brief time.
Don, what do you think
on that one?
Well, on that, my intention was to set like a 10-minute limit, and if we can't
Okay.
do it in 10 minutes,
That
then
sounds
That's what
good.
my understanding was.
But if the board's agreeable on those other two, we can hold the Lancaster one for 2 weeks, and then
Bob,
if we're okay on the Willows one, we can hand that, because I think that one could go very lengthy, and then we're going to bring that back in 2 weeks if everyone's okay, if the board's okay with that in the groups.
I would like to ask my fellow commissioners' indulgence in having the Lancaster Avenue sidewalk project discussed tonight. We have a couple of time restrictions on us. One is the utility company, PECO, has a very strict deadline in getting a commitment out of our board, out of the township, to cooperate in the improvements out there. And secondly, we have the possibility of a grant that could be awarded by PennDOT for this program, and that too has a time deadline on it.
Amy, is 2 weeks too long to get out of that time frame?
The PICO I can't really address. I'm not sure what the time constraints on. I do know that they were looking to move forward with it. As far as the grant, it hasn't been advertised to date. I believe it'll be advertised in November sometime, so there is a possibility we could put it off for that. I'm just not sure when PICO was planning on going out to.
Bob, I'll gladly limit the discussion to 10 minutes, like Don is going to do with stormwater.
If we can do that, if we can
Bob,
limit
I'm
those
in
two.
support of
and
what
then-
you're saying, except I would like to get to the Avis and Young. I mean, you can hand out the report, we will all.
I would too.
Because
Okay.
but you know what? There's nothing like seeing it done live, and it's a beautiful report, and I'm looking forward to reading it, but I do want to hear them say what they think is important to point us in that direction.
And since there's no action tonight, my
Right.
sense is we can set time limits and say,
Okay,
give us a
that's-
summary that is
That's correct.
15 minutes.
And I would even say, you know what, hold your questions as a board, because until you've had a chance to read it all, they're coming back in 2 weeks, right?
Absolutely, so
They're
that's.
here, they're now, we want to see them.
That's great.
All right? Is that fair?
Perfect. Hey, that's great.
Okay, all right.
Thanks.
All right, we're off a little bit on our timing, but not so far, not so much. But anyway, let's see. Up right next is going to be public safety, so that's, who's public safety? That's you, Elaine, isn't it?
Yes. I would just like to introduce our friends from the Radnor Fire Company who are here to give us a presentation about their budget and some follow-up of the discussion we've been having over the last year. So welcome.
We don't understand what that decision was just made about the Willows. Could you clarify that?
We're going to hear from
We're
Avis and
going
Young.
through it.
We're going to go to it. We're going to get to it.
I gotta, sorry. Thought the presentation was already up. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for allowing us to come back in again to give you a brief update on where we're at with our budget and also talk a little about where our EMS billing performance is at. We spent a lot of time with the staff, in particular, Assistant Waste or Finance Director Bob Tate, and we appreciate the time that you've devoted or allowed him to spend with us to wrap our arms around this issue. So get right into it, and sorry, our Fire Chief Joe McGuire is here with me this evening. And if you have any operational specific questions, Chief McGuire is here to answer those. Just a brief overview. As stated, we've been meeting with townships at the beginning of this year to review this critical issue. We supplied a significant amount of financial information to the township, in particular township staff, directly from the fire company, and also we've provided access, Mr. Tate, to our accounting firm at any time, and that will continue moving forward. We reviewed EMS billing practices and the current challenges of collection, which is well documented at this point, and reviewed the current state of our volunteerism at Radnor Fire Company and the continued pressure to put on career staff, AKA paid staff at the fire company. This slide will look familiar to the board and also to the public. This slide was simply updated. One key number to look at, actually two. You may recall the calendar year for 2015, that number for the total uncollected was around $280,000. So since we last met with you in June, we've had a significant catch up in money. A lot of that money had to do with Medicare payment, which was backlogged in the system. So we had a nice catch up in that regard. The one thing I would stress with this slide is as we're measuring our billing performance moving forward, we're collecting for calls in 2015 right now. Now we're realizing that money in our budget currently, that we're trying to show our performance year over year. We're showing that money in this particular slide with the actual year. So you'll see there's a little bit of difference in a subsequent slide about what our revenue is. So I don't want you to be confused by that. So this is the best way we can measure how we're performing in that particular year for the responses we've made, those that are billable, and what we've actually received and what is outstanding. One of the other follow-ups from the last meeting, what are other agencies doing in the community and around us? So we kept this very simple. I did make 8 requests for detailed specific finances from neighboring agencies. I'd like to think I've developed very good rapport with neighboring agencies over the year. Some did respond, some politely did not, simply because some of this information, they don't want to share it unless they're here to present it or to speak to it, which I got to respect that. So I did, however, gather a call volume information for each agency on the EMS side, fire side, and how they bill. Because that was a big question. Well, does it make more sense to do your billing third party or in-house? You notice that all the agencies that are fire and EMS, all their billing is third party. And then our EMS only agencies around us, Marple, Lafayette, Upper Marion, Narberth and Lower Marion, and Plymouth Ambulance over near Norristown all do their billing in-house. So it's different ways to do it. The main reason the fire companies do third-party billing, save money. All the agencies that you see listed do in-house billing. They have specific staff dedicated just to do ambulance billing. So there's a cost associated with that, an overhead associated with it. And currently, the way we're structured at Radnor Fire Company, we're not in a position to do our billing in-house. The additional point I would make with this, Pat Doyle, who is now the former executive director, he left Narberth to take a private sector job. I had a very good conversation with him about 2 months ago. One of the suggestions from Elaine Schaefer, or Commissioner Schaefer, well, maybe Narberth can help you with the billing. So we took that to heart, made a phone call to Mr. Doyle and said, hey, can you guys help with this? They unfortunately do not do billing for other agencies. It's something they've talked about doing down the road, but we at least did make that good faith effort to reach out to them for assistance if they would be interested in taking on our billing, and also seeing if they'd be competitive with our current biller that we use and have used for a number of years. The only additional item I'd point out in this particular slide, it's important, and this will tie into the end of our presentation here. All the fire companies you see up there, with the exception of Valley Forge and West End EMS, who recently did a merger, they've kept the organization separate, but they're operating together operationally. Their paid staff are primarily for EMS at West End. They will not cross over to run fire calls. But if you look at Radnor, Berwyn, Paley, Malvern, East Whiteland, all the paid staff in those firehouses are used for fire and ambulance response. It's not just ambulance. So they're going in both directions. So we're looking to hire people. We're requiring double the amount of certifications if we were just going to hire them to do EMS or fire only. And as you can imagine, more certifications we require, you need to pay for that. So that's the one significant difference between the agencies on the top versus those at the bottom, where EMS only and then fire EMS up top. We've talked about two critical things. On the expense side for us, our main expenditure is career staff, paid staff. On the income side, our EMS billing revenue. That really is the main source of revenue that we rely on all year round. That hasn't changed. So it's important to see what this trend has been like. You'll notice in 2013, our EMS billing revenue outpaced what we were expending on staff, which is great. And if you take that back to pre-2010, those numbers are going to look even better. And essentially what's happened over the years, we've had a heavier reliance on utilizing paid staff, in particular part-time staff, to fill the void when we have volunteers that aren't available to cover shifts, particularly on the ambulance side. So as you can imagine, where we would save a lot of money if you look back 15 years ago, it's not the case anymore. And unfortunately, that's a disturbing trend, not just at Radnor, but elsewhere. So again, this was a slide just to illustrate to you where that's going. The fact that our career staff numbers are starting to tick up above where our main source of revenue is coming from is a problem, and it's a trend that we're concerned about. Another item is a file from the last meeting, and this is one of the items that the staff asked us to look into and focus on. How many calls are we doing up at the colleges? We do a significant amount of call volume at the schools. As you can tell from the numbers, Villanova is the frequent flyer for us for ambulance responses on the campus. So I have I wasn't going to put on the slide here, your head would be spinning. So looking at, we'll take Villanova. So for 2013, 125 calls, 2014, 107, 2015, 151, 2016, as of September 23rd, 96. So we're showing the total uncollected number going back to 2013 through September. So we do pretty good at the schools as far as bringing revenue in. However, $94,000 for us is a big deal. $94,000 represents one full-time employee salary for an entire year, plus an additional $20,000 we could allocate to part-time staff, or to buying a fire truck, or to take care of an additional purchase of EMS equipment. So that is a big number to us. But again, I can provide the board with more detailed information, including the payer mix and also the mandated uncollected numbers for each institution, but just gives you a high-level snapshot of our collected versus uncollected numbers at the collegiate institutions at Eastern, Cabrini, Valley Forge, and Villanova.
And Eamon, this is an improvement over 2015 and 2014?
Correct. It's part of these numbers here, we had catch up. It's attributable from the colleges into that 2015 number. It's not all of it,
okay,
but I'd have to go and look at these numbers a little bit more. But part of this, yes, is attributable to that 2015 number.
What's your feeling, though? You're doing better than you did in 2014 and 15 in collections? No.
I mean, it's we still have a ways to go. Obviously, with 2016, not to hopefully no one in the public or the board's concerned, there's catch-up that has to happen here. So if you look at 2016, we're going to be well into the first quarter of the year before we start seeing a lot of catch-up for calls. So again, I mean, it's not as clean as we would like it to be, where we bill for a service, and this is something Mr. Commissioner Booker talks about, that we want to get that money. Unfortunately, there's a cycle that has to be worked through. There's a collections process, and as we've spoken about at length, sometimes it's not as easy as we would like it to be. But
Okay.
I mean, we're working hard. I mean, we're
All
doing
right.
what we can do, and
Thank you.
trying to fill the gap. This was shared in the previous presentation, and I think it's worth repeating. Career staff volunteer numbers. You see what's happening here. So we have our trend lines. So if you look at our volunteer levels, both on the fire and ambulance side, those have been ticking down since 2004. That's obviously a problem. Less volunteers, the need for additional paid staff is inevitable. Whether you're here or you're in Bucks County or somewhere else in the country where your community is heavily dependent on volunteerism. The full-time numbers, the part-time numbers, obviously seeing those uptick. The one thing I can tell you, we have an awesome group of volunteers. Chief McGuire is an example of that. The fact that the fire company has been able to do what they've done for as many years is amazing. And we still have a great core group of people. The biggest challenge we have, that you go back 30, 40 years ago, where people were more shift workers, you had people that had employers that would allow them to leave for fire calls. Those days are gone. And daytime availability, particularly in this area where most of our workers that live here are 9 to 5ers. So most of our call volume is when? During the day. So that's some of the trends and things we've talked about before. But again, I just want to keep emphasizing to people, because EMS billing is important to us, but the volunteer numbers, that's really the main factor to be looking at, focusing on this as an elected body and also as a community. One thing that's been talked about over the years, and this is a conversation every community has at some point, is, okay, well, let's call it a day. Let's outsource this thing. Or, hey, you know what, Radnor Fire Company, we've had enough. We just want to go to fire calls. So let's pretend that were to happen. So what happens if EMS doesn't exist at RFC? And I think it's important to note these things. So as was mentioned, EMS billing, that's the #1 source of revenue for the fire company, and that primarily funds the paid staff that are in the fire company that go to both fire and ambulance calls. That's number one. The income that's generated by our ambulance fund drive, that's gone. So if you look at our ambulance fund drive, you look at our fire fund drive, about $250,000, that's donations. We're going to lop off the higher grossing fund drive, that's gone, because we're not providing ambulance. It's disingenuous for us to go back out to the community and solicit funds. That would be wrong. As was mentioned, paid staff, majority of which are cross-trained, they would be gone. And again, our daytime response with no staff available would be significantly impacted, or no responses at all. And again, I come back to the point that this isn't just a Radnor issue. My volunteer life, I'm the chief of Berlin Fire Company. It would be the same exact scenario, no different. As far as efficiencies, right now it's very efficient that we have fire EMS under one command and control system. There are plenty of systems out there that it's separated, where you have private agencies working with city departments, or you have just two separate nonprofits working together in the same town. It works. However, based on my experience of doing this for 18 years, I feel strongly, as is Chief McGuire, that having a system where everything's under one command and control is a huge benefit, and there's a lot of synergies that can be realized in that type of system, which we have right now. And obviously for the point 1 and point 2 up there, we would have some funding issues we'd have to deal with and talk about with the township. If billing's gone, ambulance fund drive is gone, and basically we have a big staffing hole. How do we respond to these calls adequately? How do we work with the volunteers and work to bolster and get the trucks out the door quickly? The other item was requested by the staff, and I will not go through all these individually. Certainly you have questions, because I know you have a bunch of things on the agenda tonight. Well, what's the plan? That's a constant question I was getting. Well, the board sat down, we've talked to our leaders. Our short-term capital plan, this is what it looks like. And I want to stress to people, none of this is pie in the sky or, hey, this would be cool to do, or a neat thing to have. These are things, a lot of these, in particular, our roof replacement, our communications tower, the front apron parking lot repair, those are issues we probably should have dealt with 5 or so years ago. But we basically shifted our focus to ensuring we have adequate staff to respond to calls and dealing with other projects. That's what's happened. So I want to stress to the community, when looking at 2018, emergency communications tower replacement. I know that's a hot button issue. At the fire company, we have an existing tower. All we're looking to do at this point is to replace it with a like tower. Our understanding, based on the conversations on this about 4 years ago at this point, and Manager Zakowski can correct me if I'm wrong, was that that would not require any special permission from the township to do that. We do not want cell tower service on this thing. This is our primary backup system for emergency communications that's existed on that spot since the late 1960s. So if you drive by the fires and look at the thing, it's really amazing. It's still standing up in the air. So that's what that project references. I would tie in that, 4 or so years ago with Manager Zakowski, we were looking at different ways to generate revenue for the fire company. Truth be told, well, it's not uncommon that fire companies are an ideal site for cell communications providers to place an antenna. And in return for leasing that space, the fire companies can generate some revenue. We've done it at Berwyn since the early 90s. We bring in over $100,000 in revenue off that tower. Now, again, I'm just putting that out there, but again, that is not our focus of the fire company, for the record. All we're looking to do with that particular project, replace at the existing height and design, nothing else, unless the board wants us to do something differently, but that's what that particular project speaks to.
Eamon,
Sure.
What was the example you gave of another company that?
Berwyn and Paley both have towers, and they bring in revenue.
They have a tower similar to yours?
No, it's more modern.
Commercial tower?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And they,
Yeah, so you look at the tower that we have, it looks old school, for lack of a better term. It would essentially look the same. It would just be a little bit wider and conform to the safety standards in the year 2016 versus the late 1960s.
but it's a $100,000 premium that they're able to garner as a
Correct.
result of.
Yes,
doing
and
that.
we've been fortunate with that.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just putting it out there because one other question that's been asked, especially for some members of the community, well, what different things can you do? And really, at the end of the day, we're very limited what we can do for revenue sources above and beyond private donations and municipal funding and state relief money. There's really not many other places to go, and grant funding, which we'll talk about in a second. And one more, and we'll keep this rolling here. The front apron and parking lot repair, people are probably looking at it like, what's the deal with that? One of the issues, the culvert that's directly in front of the firehouse, and I encourage people, you drive by the firehouse, that's sinking. Representative Adolph helped us about, this is almost 6 years ago, to open that up, to raise that storm grate up higher, because what was happening, we were actually hitting our trucks going out of the firehouse. So we actually damaged our rescue truck. So essentially, we're almost back down to where we were 6 years ago because the culvert's leaking. Mr. Narsini can speak to this a lot better than I can, but essentially, there's a big stormwater problem there, which is no secret. And basically, we're getting a lot of water getting out of that culvert. It's infiltrating into the ground and is affecting basically the surface, or excuse me, underground on the apron. So that's why we need to go back in there now and fix it and do it the right way versus spending $38,000 just to put new sealer on. We really need to get down above the sub base and build the whole thing up. I'm not a big technical guy with doing parking lots and things, but I think you get the point, hopefully. So that's why that project's on there. And again, that's been delayed because we've heard that there may be digging along our apron that's going to tie into the system that's underneath the Radnor Middle School field.
We said we're not going to do that. We killed that project.
Yeah, Eamon, there's utilities issues there. It's something we have to look into further. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we can certainly move forward with that project, but again, if that issue isn't corrected right in front of the firehouse, we'll be back here in 10 or 15 years having the same conversation. So we're trying to avoid that. But thank you for telling me that. That is helpful. This item requested by the township, particularly the staff, where actions underway are considered to improve our internal efficiencies. Grants and loans. We actually were just awarded a federal grant for radios. As everyone knows, most people know, we cover a section of Chester County, so we were awarded $38,000 to purchase 17 portables for this second radio system that we have to operate on at the fire company. So our share of that is 10%. So it's tremendous to get that grant. There's only 2,000 of those awarded throughout the country. And we were fortunate to get one of those at the fire company. The same grant, since it's the firefighters grant through FEMA, we're going to apply again this year for this year's cycle for air packs. And a little bit more expensive, the tune of $240,000. And those air packs are at the end of their lifespan. If for some reason we don't get awarded the federal grant, we will utilize our relief funding that's a pass through the township, which we have assets to take care of it, and we'll purchase in that manner, but we're hoping that we can get the federal grant again. We also have some hose, not that big of a deal, but the SCBA is really the big purchase that we're looking to get covered by the grant. Loans, we have a loan with our new ladder truck, $150,000 loan, 2% low interest through PEMA. We will continue to take advantage of that, as well as financing available through the different fire truck vendors when they become available. Talk to volunteerism. Our volunteer recruitment committee, in conjunction with our chief's office, doing a lot of efforts right now to reach out to get more volunteers into the fire company. So that's going to the schools especially, because that seems to be a hot place to pick up good volunteers, get them to the fire company, get them interested. Certainly to live here in Radnor, that's an added bonus, because obviously we can get someone for 2, 3, 4 years, and then they leave. And we put a lot of money into getting a volunteer just started with training and equipment, and it's a shame to lose that quickly. So we prefer that they're right here locally so we can keep them, but sometimes it doesn't always work for us. But we are making increased effort to get additional volunteers into the fire company, both on the fire and ambulance side. Along with the EMS billing and collections, we have 3 bids we received for switching EMS billing services. We also asked our current billing company to review their current rates and to come back with a updated proposal. We thought, based on the conversation feedback from the board, that was the most prudent thing to do from a due diligence standpoint, and we're going through that evaluation process right now. So certainly, if we can get a better rate during the billing cycle, collections, or if we feel that we can do better with a different vendor, we're now in the position where we have the data, we can make that decision to do that. Contractually, we're obligated. We have to provide 90 days notice for that, but at least at this point I can tell the board that we have that information in hand and can pull the trigger on it if we so choose. The one point in here, and this is important, and this is going back to my conversation with former Executive Director Pat Doyle, and we brought this up a little bit in a point Commissioner Booker talked about. We get, what are we doing with these people who are in collections? And one thing we don't do right now, we don't take people to small claims court. In talking to Mr. Doyle, that's something that they do as an organization. I talked to a couple of the other organizations, they also do that. We don't do that. I think the concern for us is, yes, we need to get paid for providing the service, but we don't want to be perceived as the bully in the community, because we're founded on volunteers serving our neighbors, and most of our members, they live here and pay taxes here in the township. So there's a fine line there. So our stance is, as a fire company, as a board of directors, that if the board is fully behind us moving forward to that step when needed, we will go there. But if we don't have the backing of the township elected officials, we're not going to do it. So I don't necessarily need a response right now, but we have looked at that. We're prepared to do it, but we need the backing of the staff and be on the same page and the elected officials. Because
Eamon, did you find that the other fire and EMS departments that rely heavily on volunteerism, did they do small claims?
It's spotty. Jim Kern, who spoke in front of the board, depending on the level of account, they will go to small claims court. And talking to Pat Doyle, they will take most of the people to small claims if they get to that point. And again, some are in the position with us where it's like they haven't even really had the discussion with their elected officials or township staff. It's like, do we really want to do that? And I think that, yeah, I think we have an obligation to do that, but I think we need to be careful and continue to be sensitive that people are on fixed incomes. There are limitations. And just like we do now with the regular collections, we work with people. We do payment plans. We're not swinging the baseball bat around, getting crazy. And again, we need some feedback from the township how you want us to proceed with that. Again, we're prepared to do that. It's not the end-all be-all, but certainly that can be an effective way to collect some of that additional money that's laying out there.
What would be a typical claim that you would bring? Is it less than $200, or is it more in the range of $500 to $1,000?
It would be over $1,000. Yeah.
Per person?
Not necessarily. I mean, we have a report that we provided to Mr. Tate, and I'm more than happy to share with them. Unfortunately, I need to black things out, obviously, because of HIPAA, but there's some that are significant. You have $3,000, $4,000, and some are township residents, unfortunately.
Yeah. What I'm thinking of, I agree with you. We wouldn't want to be suing for $200 or $145, but if you have a person that's basically ignoring his or her responsibility and the bill is $1,000 or $3,000, I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel, but that might be something that we should consider doing.
And the final point on the career staff front, and I talked about this at the last meeting, we have been doing a minimum staffing policy. So that means essentially if we have, during the day, if we're running normal staffing, so we have 4 people on, so it's 2 medics, 2 firefighter EMTs Monday through Friday, and then myself, I'm there Monday through Friday. So if we have one of those 4 people call out, I'm backfilling and covering that 4th spot. So essentially we're down a person. So instead of having 5, we have 4. So for example, today we had 2 ambulance calls within 10 minutes and then we had a fire call. So it was me and 2 other people on the truck, and both ambulances are gone. So we had our busiest month actually last month in probably about 10 years. We had 250 ambulance calls in 1 month, which is significantly high. A lot of it was attributable to the colleges, and this month is off to, we've been hopping at the fire. It's very busy. So it's a fine line. Again, we're walking with the minimum staffing. There's a service delivery issue with that, though, and I just want the board to be aware of it. Where again, if it's a lot better having 5 than having 4. I mean, it's I think you understand that at this point. We've been doing some different analysis with our schedule. Right now, we work 12s, similar like a police schedule. We've looked at doing some different types of schedules, possibly to, number one, be more efficient and or potentially save some money. So again, that's something else that we're continuing to analyze and talk about as an agency. So getting to the last slide of the presentation, as far as our budget request for this year, based on what we've looked at, based on our EMS billing performance, the number that we talked about last year was $125,000, which we felt wasn't a number that was out of this world, but it was adequate enough to plug the hole and keep things moving, along with doing all the other things I just mentioned. The caveats to this, and this is something where the dialogue and the collaboration has to continue, is that this number is potentially going to go up significantly. It could be next year, it could be 2 years from now, it could be 3 years from now. And I tie back to the volunteer levels. If we continue to see volunteerism declining like it is and not retaining people, we're going to have a major problem. So when I mentioned that number from the schools, $94,000 roughly, that's 1 full-timer plus $20,000 left to move around. We're looking at $150,000. So it's a big chunk of change. We acknowledge that. We feel that at this point where we're at, that will work for us. However, the service delivery model that we want to have in this community, and also a 5- and 10-year plan, is something we really need to start working on almost immediately after we get through this budget cycle. And it's something that the fire company's committed to doing with the staff and with every elected official on the board, and certainly the input of the community.
What about the capital piece in that one? How does the capital piece relate to the 150? That's just on top of the 150 in operating.
Correct. Right now, Commissioner Booker, let me just pull up the numbers so I have the right number here. So the one benefit we do have, so 2016 we paid $80,493 for the building loan that we have with the township, 20-year building loan. We have one more payment on that in 2017, $80,456. So after we get past 2017, essentially that right now, our for 2016, it's a hair over $100,000 we get in operating. So what happens? We get that $100,000 contribution for operating. We're then writing a check back over to the township. So after 2017, so we're looking at 2018, that money's freed up. So I think what would make sense is we look at where we're at after that payment's done and say, okay, well, do we reduce the contribution to the fire company, or does this allow us flexibility? We can divert that money elsewhere to support fire EMS operations. But as far as the capital component, and I'm glad you brought it up. Right now, the fire company gets $200,000 of capital year over year. It's specifically designated for fire apparatus. Right now, we can't use that to pay for ambulances or to do the roof, the front apron. One thing we would like the permission from the board is if we had flexibility with that capital funding to utilize it for pre-approved projects like that we share with you and communicate with you on. Because we don't want a situation, obviously, from a transparency standpoint that, oh, well, you guys can use it, whatever, and then you don't know what it is. You need to know what it is. So having that flexibility with that current capital level of support would be good. And then really this would be additional for the operating side to support.
Great. Any short questions? Thank you very much. Thanks for any short questions. I have a real short question for you. On the schools, you're not running into the same problem you had with Medicare and Medicaid with those where you were unable to go after folks for a certain
Correct. No,
percentage.
that's a good point.
That's all recoverable theoretically, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, just looking at and I can email this out to the board certainly. The Medicare numbers are non-existent, and we had a handful at Cabrini.
Yep.
It's
No,
usually
it's a different
parents
issue.
or teachers.
Yes.
That's typically what would happen.
So there are other avenues that you can go ahead and collect on that.
Correct.
That would not be available to you otherwise.
Correct.
Good.
Well, the avenues are small claims court.
Yep.
Correct.
But wouldn't you say that the Affordable Care Act is affecting these individual students to a certain extent as well, where they don't have the coverage, reimbursements, or they have higher copays or higher deductibles, and that could be contributing to why they don't pay when they do make a call?
You're absolutely correct. And I just had a patient last week call for that very issue because they didn't meet their threshold deductible. And yes, that's an excellent point, and I appreciate you. Well, you brought it up, and you both brought up two key points we've been talking about. So obviously you guys are listening, and we appreciate that. Thank you for that.
Sure.
So Phil, it actually is. It's both. I mean, it's contributing to that 94,000 shortage.
Okay, good. Any other questions?
Mr. President?
Yes.
Another option would be for the board to present a pilot to the universities, also to subsidize, since the taxpayers also help subsidize the universities, would help defray this cost.
Good point, Bob. Thank you for raising it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep, thanks. All right, next item is moving right along is our Personnel Administration on the presentation on the condition of assessment of the Willows by Avis and Young.
Ms. Galley has one question regarding the university that the EMS could.
Quickly, thank you.
Very quickly. Yeah, I mean, believe me, we need you guys. But we need to consider the fact that in like 3.5 short years, we're going to have 1,100 more beds down at our end of the township. That's got to be figured into what they're doing as well. So, I mean, their support is, and volunteerism is going to get worse, and we're going to have to pay somebody. So all of those things need to be considered to keep them in business.
That shortfall is going to increase with more students, presumably.
Well, they need to have a strategy on it, so.
At other schools, they hold kids' diplomas if they don't pay these bills. You can get the names. And I don't think it's fair at all that the college kids aren't paying at a school like Villanova. And we've been very generous to Villanova. And this is then going to come back on us. So please get with them, communicate, and however it's done, that should be at 100% at the schools.
Oh, throw that into your plan, too, for recommendations. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the presentation from Avis and Young. We welcome you here and look forward to your report.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Bill Connor. I'm a vice president with Avis and Young in our Philadelphia office, and I head up the project management group. With me this evening are Jennifer Stark and Sarah Anderson, two of my colleagues who also worked on the report. We have a summary of that report that we're going to present this evening, and we'll move forward with that. As you're aware, the Willows is part of a larger tract. We have an aerial photograph which shows the location of the house in the center of the tract. The facility is in generally good condition. It has a quality architectural character. Part of the problem it suffers from is poor circulation and flow between the rooms. I personally had a long history there. My wedding reception was a little over 40 years ago, shortly after the property was acquired. And I've been to, over the years, many events. And part of the problem there is for larger types of events on the first floor, you've got very difficult traffic flow through the different rooms. And then the final point is it doesn't meet some of the basic life safety and accessibility code requirements that are currently in effect. A few of the site characteristics. It's 47 acres, rolling hills. It's got a pond. It's got a manor house, has a gatekeeper's cottage, and assorted park amenities. And it's a fairly well-used, active and passive recreational resource for the township. The building envelope is generally weather-tight. It does have some roof issues. There's flashing failures and stucco and masonry failures in a couple locations, and we've got a few pictures of that. The current roof is not the original roof. The original roof, and we have some samples here. Current roof looks like it was looks like a shingle roof, but it's actually a clay tile roof. And then we also managed to obtain a few of the original tiles, which date back to, help me out here, 1910? 1910. But there is some work that needs to be done on the roof in terms of making it a watertight situation.
And it's not an asphalt shingle roof like some people think. It's actually a ceramic.
You talking to the mic? So which?
It's not an asphalt. It's not an asphalt shingle roof. It's a ceramic product.
Okay, and when do they have these tiles, the curved tiles? You're not showing that.
That was
on there.
prior to 2000.
All right, so there's none of those on there right now? Okay.
A few other characteristics. It's got mature landscaping around the property. There are issues with the effects of the site drainage around the house and the freeze-thaw cycle and its effect on the masonry around the house. Within the house, it has a number of very distinctive architectural details. We've highlighted a few of those here: the fireplaces, the entry doors, some of the door hardware. We highlighted the center area of the house. This is a diagrammatic drawing of the first floor of the house, and the areas shown in green in the middle are areas that have a high level of architectural integrity. Hazardous materials. The property has both asbestos and lead paint. There's also some water damage from the roof leak in a few areas, And certain portions of the house have window air conditioners for air conditioning. There's no cohesive lighting design. You'll see we have a medley of different lighting fixtures throughout the building. And there seems to be no rhyme or reason for that. There are some wiring deficiencies. There's a mixture of old and new wiring throughout the house. There's no automatic sprinkler system in the house, no hardwired smoke detectors, and the heating and cooling distribution system is somewhat limited.
The boiler and radiant heat, or it looks like there's a boiler there. Is that?
Yeah, you have boilers. You also have you've got radiators.
Right.
Yep.
There's only one accessible lavatory, and there's no real accessible route through the first floor, and no accessible route to the second and third floors. And the current handicap ramp is not code compliant. Do you want to touch on the ADA upgrades?
Sure. The ADA compliant upgrades, this is a suggestion, and I apologize, this is difficult to read on the slide. What we're showing are limited minor changes that could make the first floor better. And it would entail making the 2 rooms on the far right that are now storerooms into bathrooms for men and women. It would include adding an elevator to make the second floor accessible and potentially the third. It involves creating an accessible ramp that would take you around the back side of the house and allow you to get in and up onto terraces. And it also includes, if you chose to raise the floor level of the current solarium so that it was on the same level as the main floor, so you could have contiguous flow back and forth.
So we looked at a whole series of options of things that could be done to the property and attached cost to those, so that you as a board could explore those options and do so in a context of what are the financial implications of those. And so the first option obviously is do nothing, leave the house there. The problem there is it's an older house, and these houses just entropy sets in and they begin to deteriorate, and you need to on a regular basis be continuing to do improvements to them. Oh, I'm sorry. So option 1 would be to take no action and allow the house to continue to deteriorate. Option 2 is to demolish the house and return the entire site to a grassy lawn. Basically, that would involve tearing down the house, removing the basement, and filling that back in. Do we have our costs for these options? Yeah, could you pull out a copy of that? So in our report, we've listed a cost for each of these options, and
This one's like 270 to 305,000.
It's 240 to 305 if you're using prevailing wage.
correct. Yeah, our cost there is $240,000 to $305,000 to basically completely demolish the structure, remove it, and just return it to a grassy state. Option 2A is a modification to that, where we would tear down the house, but we would just leave a grassy lawn with the terrace areas, so that you'd have a flat, hard surface on which to have events there. Option 3 would involve selective restoration of the first floor. And our cost there is roughly $1.4 million to do that work. And did you want to talk about what that involved?
Actually, this option is very similar to the one where we're talking about ADA compliance for the first floor. And it does include rebuilding the solarium room into a better open event room, more compatible with the architecture of the house, and also a better space for a larger gathering. We also broke through a couple walls so you can get circulation from room to room and make it work better. It includes an upgrade to the kitchen area, so if meetings are being held and people want to have food, the kitchen can serve them better. It also adds new men's and women's toilets, and it turns the other single bathroom on the left side by the solarium right now into another unisex accessible, so that you've got 2 accessible lavs.
But this particular option doesn't do any work on the second floor.
That includes the ADA compliance for the rooms that are usable.
Including the elevator. For the 1.4 million would get an elevator.
Right.
Option 3.
Right. Right now, we priced it for a 3-floor access, but you can pull that out.
Option 4. You want to talk through what's involved in it?
Sure. Okay. Option 4 is to rehabilitate the first floor as is. So what we're talking about doing is all of the ADA compliant items, except don't touch the solarium, just leave it as it is. So it's going to get you up to code so you can have people in there and do things and not worry about it, and that's it.
It doesn't affect some of the functional issues as to how the space works.
Yeah, and in that case, you wouldn't need the elevator. We'd be leaving second and third floor alone.
But is it Sarah?
I'm Jennifer.
You said you could get people in there for this option, but that ignores the fact that there are other problems with the exterior and the structural.
No, this price is the exterior and the roof repairs.
The roof and all
yeah,
the.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The sprinkler? Does it include the sprinkler?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Essentially, you just would cordon off or block off the second and third floor. So we just don't have costs in there to renovate them, but you'd have costs in there to make it weather tight so that you would repair the damage on the third floor from the roof.
Option 5 is just adding the second floor to the same idea as option 4.
And the cost for option 5 is roughly $1.1 million. Cost of option 4 was roughly $700,000. And then option 6 is obviously the most expensive option. That's a comprehensive renovation of the first and second floor. And third. And the cost of that is close to $2.2 million.
Would option 4, I think Jennifer used the word functional, or no, you did, Phil, that if we wanted to return the use, bring back the old uses that we had at one time, would option 4 be limited? Would those uses be limited, like the flow of people and?
So previously you had functions there. You had large weddings there. It's not an optimal layout for those kinds of functions. And so from a marketing standpoint, you're limited as to the number of people that would, or the price that they would pay to have their function there. But it would allow you to continue to have those kinds of functions at the kinds of rates that you were getting historically.
Or just have public use of the building for a meeting or get together or whatever.
Correct.
Because you are allowing to bring everything up to code to do that.
Correct. Great. This is our last slide.
Yep. Yeah, this one. Ooh, if you look carefully, you can see that the roof line on these images shows the Spanish tile roof.
And what's the date of this picture? Approximately.
It's probably the 1930s.
So this is how the house looked in the 1930s. Any questions?
John, go ahead.
Sure. One of the things that we wanted to evaluate was the cost of what we called the Sarah Pilling option, the image that she showed. I don't see that in here. It looks like it would fall somewhere between 2 and 3. Is that something you evaluated where there was a Chanticleer-like structure? No. Okay.
Well, the one, 2A does preserve the terrace.
I don't think so. All that does is essentially put $20,000 in for hardscaping on the grass turf. So the option that I wanted us, or one of the options that I wanted us to evaluate, was a Chanticleer-like structure, which looks like it would be something more than 2A and something less than 3. But that's a detail for later. The building has a mixture of utilities, as I saw it. It seemed like there were 4 generations of plumbing, electrical, HVAC. And if we went with the 4 or 5 option, it would still have, or if we went with the 4 option, it would still have several generations of utilities, meaning there would be, the first floor would look like a modern meeting space, absent the flow issues that you talked about, but it would have code-compliant facilities, modern bathrooms, and water tightness. And then the rest of the building would have 4 generations of utilities. Is that correct? Right. So to get 1 generation of modern utilities through the building, you have to do the whole 3-story renovation, all floors.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, right now you only have central air on the first floor. So in order to modernize it from just a air perspective, you'd have to install that for second and third floor.
And then there would be some cost to no action for us, I'm assuming. I mean, we couldn't just have a building, so you're not assigning any cost to no action?
So to take no action, the building slowly deteriorates over time.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you.
In all of those scenarios, there's water tightness, right? I wanted to every scenario that is addressed. Okay. I have a question that if you're not comfortable answering, please don't answer. You've spent a lot of time in this building now, and you know it intimately, I'm pretty sure. What do you see this building as an appropriate venue for? What would you think a great use for this building would be?
You know what? I'm going to hold that question on you. I'm going to take you out the spotlight. You will get asked that question possibly in 2 weeks, but let's wait 2 weeks.
Okay,
to
fine.
that,
So you have
right?
2 weeks to think about it.
All right? Yeah, okay. You may or may not be asked it, but you don't have to answer that tonight. All right? You're there to tell us what you're telling us, and that's fine for tonight.
Do you have any sense of what this would cost to make it an historic preservation? Right? That's basically, these are all modernization and use it as a meeting and facilities and festivities space. But it is a 1910 or 1930 home. Forget about air and just make it an historic preservation. Any sense of where that would fall in your continuum?
I didn't tell you this, but I'm an historic preservation architect. So some of the costing we included had elements of historic preservation in it. Your historic wood windows are single glazed. It's actually energy efficient to apply storm windows, so we priced that. Refinishing the wood floor on the first, second floor where it's visible, included that. I picked up on the architectural characteristics that make this house special, and we wanted to make sure that they were retained and kept in good shape.
So to follow up on Rich's question, for the option 6, the 2.2 million would essentially, if you went into that, you would get a sense of how the house looked in 1910. It wouldn't be like a 1910 house because we have modern technologies, but it would be, I don't know, it would be honorable to the original architecture, and it would reflect how the home looked in 1910 in its glory.
Yes, and one of the reasons why is because I've identified the center portion of the house where I feel there's a lot of original architectural features still intact, and we call that architectural historic integrity. That zone would be one where we would look to keep that relationship with the floor plan and the materials. And everything around it would be open for intervention to bring it up to code. So you can walk in and still enjoy the character of the home, but also have it functioning for 21st century.
Well done. Well thought. All right, any other questions at this point? No? Thank you very much. We'll see you again in 2 weeks. Well, having read your entire packet by then.
We could build a nice big new house for $2 million.
But can you age it? All right, great. Thank you again for that presentation. Next up is Parks and Recreation. John?
John, Mike.
That thing. In front of us is the resolution for Clemacrone Park, 2016-102. I would move to introduce this, or to...
Second.
Right.
Okay, moved and seconded.
We need to have Steve or Tammy explain us where we are on this.
Sure, Commissioner, I'll step us through this. In one moment. So we just have a few brief slides here. So if we could go to the second slide, please. When the project came in, the bid for the prime contractors, as you can see above there, the site contractor at $1.6 million, general construction at $300,000+, electrical construction at $94,000+, and at the time on the original bid, we did not receive a plumbing bid, so that was plugged in from a later item. So this slide's from Kimmel Bogret, the architect. You can see the subtotal moving forward. So I'm going to take you down to the crux of the situation, which is the third slide. So there is a memorandum in the Board of Commissioners packet, and then that dealt solely with the awarding of the prime contracts, and the manager directed me to give you some further information on the total project cost. So after the project was value engineered by staff and the architect, there's new totals here. So you'll see the site prime, Twinings Construction, at $1,222,800.64. The value engineered electrical prime number is now $91,724. General prime, $362,053. So the plumbing prime, so that was not bid on originally. That is now the Twinings, our site prime, gave us a price for that at $46,500. So the total value engineered prime contract, so this is what we're requesting you award tonight, is $1,723,077.64. As, again, further explained in that memo, in the value engineering process, it was determined that we would receive a substantial benefit in a cost reduction if we were to pull the supply of the playground equipment out of the bid, and we would purchase it on CoStars and provide it to the contractor for installation, which is in his price. The cost of that is $190,361. This brings our project total to $1,913,438.64. The budgeted amount, as you can see, is $1,843,246. So there is a shortfall in red of $70,192.64, which equates to about 3.7%. The plan and what we're requesting to do, the shortfall is proposed to be spread out over the remaining bond proceeds of $4,210,162, which includes Beauconnor Park, Capelli Golf Range, Emlyn Tennell Park, Enke Park, Fenimore Woods, Ithan Valley Park, Petrie Park, Sconcalo, and Warren Philippone Park. Also, we are anticipating and hoping that we will receive a grant, so the cost would further be reduced by additional grant funding in the amount of $40,000, which we'll find out on the 17th. So the whole purpose of these three slides is to take you to Resolution 2016-102, where we're requesting you award the site electrical, general, and plumbing prime contracts for Clem McCrone alterations and renovations.
Thank you, Steve.
So, Steve, the bottom line is, based on those notes, that we're going to have another approval on this, and you're going to get the final numbers on these, the 40,000 and the final numbers on the bid, so it might be less than the 70,000?
The bids are final, so on the second slide, what you see before you, those are the final value engineered bids. The only thing, the one item that was footnoted in the memo was the amount of the playground equipment, which we have is $190,361. That could fluctuate by a very small amount. And we will be back before you at the end of this month on the 24th to request authorization to purchase that equipment.
I don't understand the nomenclature here. You have a category, or they have a category of site prime, and then a category of general prime.
That's correct, sir. So, Commissioner Higgins, the site prime, which is the largest single prime contract, is to do the majority of the work on the project, which is the parking lot, the paths, the stormwater, all the stormwater management items, and it includes, the installation of the playground and the other things. So the general prime, LJ Paolella, is there to build the restroom, the pavilion, and the band shell. But the site prime is the largest single prime on the contract, which is counterintuitive to most other projects such as the library and other contracts where the general prime is the bigger contract.
Yeah, that's what threw me off.
That's because you're doing most of the work on the site, it's not a building.
Correct.
Right.
And do you have the bid comparisons back here at the end?
Yes.
The bid tabs were in the original memo to the board. It's a colored spreadsheet, and it shows the original bid amounts, and the far left column is the value engineered bids.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Okay.
Are you done, Jim?
Well, I just wanted to make sure I understand the competitive evaluations that you did. I understand the value engineering, but that was done, you targeted the people, the entities that were you're probably going to award the contract to.
The value engineering took place with the lowest qualified bidders.
Okay, right.
It was not open up, so they were the lowest qualified bidders. Had this come in at budget, those were the ones we would request award, so they were the only ones spoken to. Thank you, Mr. White.
I'm just interested in finding out the second best bidder or the third best bidder as well.
So Mr. White was kind enough to put that spreadsheet up on the board. So you can see for the site prime, Twining Construction, the original bids, $1.6 million, Gessler at 1.7, and Plymar at 1.8.
And then you have Lynch.
And then on the electrical,
Lenai.
so on and so forth, all the way through.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a question?
Well, I have a comment and a question-ish. My comment is I was really thrilled to see this value engineering. I love that term, to bring the bid price down. And I appreciate all the work that went into that. That's not easy to do. So thank you to the staff and to the consultants that did that. There's one item I'd like to call attention to that I was a little disappointed to see value engineered out of the project. And that is it was a $50,000 expense for the porous paving for the parking lot. And I would like to see us find a way to retain that. As the township trying to run a successful stormwater management program and encourage everyone in this township, businesses and people alike, to be developing with stormwater management in mind, I really feel that we should make the extra effort to set the example where we can, and we are rebuilding this facility. So this is the perfect opportunity to do it. For something like this, I suspect we could apply for some grants for this. So I would certainly do not want to hold up this project on this $50,000 item, but I would like to see if there's a way to keep it in and try to get grant money for it, try to find a way to find some exterior help to make this happen. I think it's a mistake to take it out of the project.
I tend to agree with that. We have to practice what we preach, don't we?
I will state, Commissioners, that the paths are still porous paving. So the path, the loop that goes through there, that is porous paving. It was the parking lot that you would pull into off of Conestoga Road that was removed, and to be done with standard super pave.
And Steve, does it have stormwater management associated with it?
Yes, so there are, if you remember back on the plans, we have vegetated swales, rain gardens. So I think it's a good thing because it's a little different from what we usually do, where we use structural items to take care of stormwater. So now we're following a little bit more along the line of, not completely, but a little towards environmental site design, where we're using some different methods, which by no means are brand new, but a little different for us. So the old-time engineer in me says we would put all sorts of pipes under the ground and take care of this, and our designers actually did it in a different fashion.
If you have a parking lot that's impervious, but you have, describe the runoff situation. Is the runoff going to be collected in the swales and rain gardens, or is it going to?
That's correct.
It will, does that mean it's flood proof, that the discharge won't flood anywhere?
Commissioner, I hesitate to ever use the word flood proof for anything, anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be flip, but in a certain storm, in a sizable storm, but when that was taken out, our engineers and landscape architect and designers recalculated to make sure we were still addressing stormwater from the parking lot. It's just that it's not that porous paving, but again, that porous paving does run that ribbon path walk that we have through the park.
What actual loss would we experience with not having the parking lot be porous paving?
I couldn't quantify that for you at this time, Commissioner, without going back through all the calculations for the stormwater management part of the project.
It's not de minimis, I assume. It's substantial.
Again, I wouldn't, without looking back at the numbers, I wouldn't even want to make that comment. I don't know if the architect can comment on it this time, but I don't have that in front of me. The stormwater calcs are somewhat lengthy.
Comment on it? Do you have a comment on it? We'll hear from the architect. Briefly, but welcome.
Briefly, thank you. I can comment.
Say your name.
Martin Kimmel. Kimmel Beaugret. There's not a big stormwater problem at the park anyway, and to the extent that there is one, it's on the field staying too wet. The parking lot is existing, as you probably know, and so we were well within our rights to have never done that. We did more stormwater management on the balance of the park than was required as well. We thought we had the budget to sort of go above and beyond in the original, and then found out with the bids that we didn't have the budget to support it in the parking lot. So if you award the bids with the scope, the situation there will be greatly improved over what it is today, regardless of whether we do that effort. So I think it's, as a value engineering item, it probably is one of those times where the cost and the value added are not that substantial, versus maybe some other sites in the township where that would flip and it would be high value. That would be my opinion, and that of the of the whole design team.
So I have an idea. The runoff from the lot, if we don't do this, if we don't do the pervious, the runoff will not go on to Conestoga Road.
That is correct.
Okay.
There will be runoff from the lot even if we have pervious pavement. So that's one thing that it isn't like all the water falls in and it's done. It collects a certain amount, and then whatever it doesn't collect runs off as conventional.
Yes, currently it doesn't run on the Conestoga substantially. It mostly runs into the park and makes the baseball field unplayable lot. We now will have stormwater to collect that runoff and treat it, as Steve described, in a bioretention way, and it'll improve the water quality and then allow it. When it releases, it still won't go into the ball field. It's now routed around through vegetated swales, again, as he mentioned. So it's a very substantial improvement to current conditions.
Thank you. Steve, question. Is there a process that we can look to approve this, to get things moving and somehow reevaluate that situation going forward, both in terms of effectiveness, payoff, and somehow getting some grants or whatnot to help pay for it?
What I would request, Commissioner, is that you do award it tonight as is, and as staff and with our architect, we will look and see what we can do through grants or other methods within the time schedule of park construction. So I wouldn't want to have to wait a year if we can get rolling, and by the time the parking lot is due to be paved, if we could come up with that money, I think that would be fantastic. Everything the commissioners have mentioned was the original idea, to go over and above and walk the walk, so to speak.
There you go. And this would be one of the last things to be completed, wouldn't it? That front parking lot.
Most likely.
Yeah. And Bob, go ahead. You have a question?
Well, I think as part of this, we try to look at trying to save costs as best that we can here. And when you look at the project and we talk about the trails being part of this, to spend an additional $50,000 on the parking lot for that, we can do that. And if the board directs us so, we can add $50,000 into it. However, it takes $50,000 away from another park project. So what we can do is add the $50,000 in here, and then as we go down the road for other projects, we will seek grants for that. So I mean, that's the other option for this.
We're also taking money from other projects to do this project. So this project, is that $70,000, absent what we get in a grant, is coming out of the other projects. So, I've had several. At 4 o'clock, I told you I didn't know if I was going to support it. Since then, I decided to support it, and now you're asking for 50 grand more. So, I'd like to just. Let's cap this. This is a project. It's a lot of money. We can all be proud of ourselves. Let's vote on it tonight and move on.
So I just want to clarify, I do not want to add 50 to this project. I do not want to hold up this project, and I don't want to add 50. I want to move forward, if we approve this tonight, and not have this off the table, see if we can get grant money. This is the type of project, a stormwater management infrastructure improvement that is grant money is available for.
Except that grant money could also go to Connor Park, Capelli Range, Emlenton,
and we should
Park,
we should apply for it for all of them.
Park, Skunk Hollow, and Willowstone. So,
right,
we shouldn't pretend that we're going to get something for nothing. It's a trade-off, and if we put 50 more into this project where we're already putting 70 more, and it's going to be 50 less out of something else.
It's already 70 less out of the other projects, notwithstanding that we have a promise of 40,000. there's other projects, and I'm very reticent to, look at 1.83 million for this huge number, and I'm also concerned there's going to be change orders, and Bob assured me there won't be no change orders. We're going to come in final under that budget. So I'm assuming that Steve would have no problem agreeing to what Bob was telling me about that. So, but we don't want to take away from those other projects as well, right? I have there's a lot of other projects in there, and I have been making it a point about this Harford Trail, right, for years. It's been now I'm going to use the same thing. I've been working on this for 3 years now, that trail. That's all I'm looking for my constituents, to connect the Radnor Nature Reserve and Harford. And we need to have that. This is taking away from that project as well as all the other ones that Don listed. So not a penny more, right? Not a penny more.
Well, I agree. Hartford is a good project. I haven't heard you talking much about that.
No, I've talked about it repeatedly and prepared drawings and reviewed it with the group.
Unless there's dinosaur bones under that park there that we don't know, we're not aware of, but we're confident of that. But again, too, is I think with Melissa Kahn working with DCNR, the 40,000, they pretty much directed us that these are excess funds that they have. I'm glad that they reached out to us. They pretty much directed Melissa to say, look, 40,000 is what you want to ask us for. Ask us for 40,000. So that's what we have done. So it's pretty good that we have that relationship to ask for that.
So it's basically only about 2% over.
So I think we're pretty good there.
Well, I think it's money well spent. I know we've had residents of Rosemont and Garrett Hill in here a lot of times. And this is a lot of money, Don. It's a lot of money. But you have to look at the amortization aspect of it. And we heard from Kim Cruz Engelhardt earlier. There was a picture of a 1959 elevation showing the lavatory, the restrooms at the site. So they're still the same building. So if you look at it that way, then this is money that on a per annum basis isn't that significant. I would want to make sure we are doing this correctly, Bob. There's no total in our resolution, is there? Am I missing that?
Commissioner Higgins, that's because the resolution deals solely with the award of the contract. So you are awarding 4 prime contracts, not in total, not in aggregate, but specific numbers to each prime.
Okay. Thank you.
On that, Steve, I noticed that the slide does not agree with your letter.
So on, there is a $5,000 difference that Kimmel Bergret made us aware of on Friday. So the site prime in the resolution is listed as $1,227,000, and after speaking with Kimmel, that is actually $1,222,800.
Well, I move that we approve this resolution for the, again, $1,723,077.64.
It's been moved.
And Bob, just as a question, more exploratory, I know you guys worked hard on reducing the costs that was given to us in these bids. This thing was about $350,000 over the budget when we got to the actual bids. And I want to congratulate and thank you for the work that you and the staff did, Tammy, Steve, and Bill, and whoever else helped you with that. And Kimmel Bergret, I know, Martin, you guys were involved in that too, to lower that, to allow us to complete in complete context what this plan really was to begin with, and manage well with the grant to be only 30,000 over is remarkable. So I really congratulate you for doing that. Thank you for putting that work in it too.
We've heard the board, what the board has, set the guidelines out in regards to the budget here. I want to thank Tammy and Steve. They worked hard on this, and also to Bill White, because Bill echoes that sound very clearly of what the budget limits are. So that's also heard very clearly, but Steve and Tammy did a nice job, and especially trying to pull a lot of these items out, but still maintain the integrity of those meetings from the residents of the Garrett Hill in the neighborhood. They heard a lot of that, and they wanted to make sure they maintained that integrity of all those public meetings that was heard to keep in there. So thank you, and thank you to the board.
Thank you, Bob.
Hi, Jane Galley, Rosemont. I have one just very quick question. How much of the money that is being split around here coming from the stormwater management fees? Well, if we're doing stormwater management, why are we not putting some of that money into our stormwater management? We pay the fees just like everybody else does. So that would cut down some of your $70,000. Just pointing it out.
Yes. Welcome.
Hi. Maya Van Rossum. I'm speaking in my capacity as the Delaware Riverkeeper. I do think leadership matters. I do think that all the points made by Elaine as to why we should include a porous paving parking lot with an infiltration system presumably below it, I think that they were persuasive, and I think that you should reconsider that. I just want to say that the gentleman said that this project is complying with the ordinance and even exceeding Radnor Township's ordinance when it comes to stormwater management. I would point out that Radnor's stormwater management ordinance is way behind the times. That's why we're supposed to be upgrading it. So that frankly doesn't give me much cover or comfort. I did hear the gentleman say that while we are having some good stormwater management practices being used on the site, he did actually talk about there being discharge from the site. So that means that the site is actually not resulting in zero discharge. As soon as you start having a discharge to those streams, which are already battered, you're having additional adverse impact that's going to have to be resolved at some point down the road, including the new MS4 permit. So if there's a way to make this a zero discharge site for, frankly, a measly extra $50,000, then this is a really important opportunity, and I would encourage you to reconsider that. And I actually do agree that I think it's perfectly appropriate to be looking to the stormwater management fee to fund this, right? There's a lot of talk by the committee on that fee to use it as match dollars, to use it as value added for the parking lot project at the train station. Well, why would we not use it as value added on a municipal project? It's kind of like match dollars, right? For a little bit more out of that fee, you can get perhaps a whole lot more benefit out of this project in terms of stormwater management. So I would just ask you to please reconsider having stormwater porous paving with an infiltration system below and look to the stormwater management fee as kind of match dollars for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. As you all know, 5 years ago, we built the Skunk Hollow Community Garden. And when we first started, it was, well, who's going to survey it, and who's going to build the wood, and who's going to move the soil? And the answer was, no, we can do this. And we did. And we have commitment. So I know it's a little late in the game, but one of the things I would like to direct Tammy, at least have the township consider, is to look at a playground that the residents build with supervision. Because that way you get all the families out to build, and they build something that they have a commitment to because they build it, and they take better care of it, and it might be more creative. And I can't believe it would cost $190,000. So I think you might find your pervious pavement because you built something that was creative, done by the people in Garrett Hill. As to the stormwater management, I'm going to guess there are 3,000 houses in Garrett Hill, and we're each paying $29, and we're not getting a thing. So I think you should use our $90,000 to help with this. But I'd really like you to give second thoughts to the playground, to having the parents. I would go out, I'm not a parent or a grandparent, but I'd be out there toting the wood too. And they're very successful in school grounds. And so I just don't see why that's not an option, because then you get the commitment and the investment by the neighborhood, and what you're doing is building community. And that is something that we don't have a lot of. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Patty Barker, I'm chair of the Garrett Hill Coalition. I live in Rosemont. I want to support and echo what Sarah just said, what Maya just said, what Elaine said. Garrett Hill consistently is put at the bottom of the list in Radnor, has been for years. This park is over 60 years old. As you saw from Kim's pictures, the comfort station is the same as it's been. It was improved by our community, specifically Sarah Pilling, John Fisher and his wife Jill. Thank you. Rick Eula, knew there was a fourth. So this is a community that is more than happy to get involved. We do have a community in Garrett Hill, a very close-knit, old community. My husband and I have lived in Garrett Hill for 28 years, and we're still newbies. So while I'm not asking for the $50,000, why shouldn't it come out of this project? It's wonderful that Tammy and Steve and Bob and Bill, the staff has worked so hard with our community for the last 2+ years to come up with a park that exemplifies the needs and desires of our community. So the community supports and endorses the plan. I am thrilled that you guys look like you're going to award it, authorize it. So I'm really here to say thank you. But in listening to this conversation tonight, Garrett Hill deserves to be at the top of the list. Thank you for making this park the first one in this group of parks to be improved. And I want to remind you that our park is a park that is used by the entire township. This is not just a park that belongs to Garrett Hill. So please afford us what we need. Anyway, thank you for your service. Many, many thanks to the staff for hearing our community. It really was a collaborative process. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Welcome again.
Hi, Christina Peroni. I just want to echo what Commissioner Schaefer said and what everybody else in the audience said, and just to take it to a really practical point, what do we need to do for you to award that money from the Stormwater Fund? Can you just amend this resolution?
No, we have to revise the stormwater budget.
You have to
at budget season, which for the stormwater fund is not going to be until 17 again, we would have to you could come up then and there could be money attributed then, or there could be a budget amendment to the stormwater budget. That budget is already approved, so you'd have to amend that budget in order to produce money from it. And every penny is already spent.
Every penny is spent for 17?
All the money is budgeted, so it isn't like there's an excess. I mean, all the money is budgeted, so to get 50 grand, you just have to come up with 50 grand from that budget.
From another project?
Yes, or another year, if that's where you're going.
Okay. So, I think this is a real opportunity to be creative and figure out, and I love what Commissioner Schaefer said about trying to get grants. So maybe you can amend it to put it on as that you're going to try and do that, try and get grants, or amend the stormwater budget. I mean, it sounds like Garrett Hill really deserves this, and since they have such a dense population, I know my family used Clem McCone Park nonstop, and we live in the first ward. So I think the whole community uses it, and we should use it as a an example to the rest of the community. So I would ask that you guys do that. Thank you.
Can I just ask a timing question in terms of construction? So if we approve the project as drafted tonight, and then we did a little exploration into funding, to switch over to add back in the porous paving, what kind of time would we have to do that? If we can't find any grants that are readily available and the low-hanging fruit, maybe we will have a discussion during budget time about amending the stormwater budget, the stormwater forecast that we have in place already. That would be in November and December. My guess is that's plenty of time to change this before the shovels hit the ground and this pavement goes in. Can you give us a general idea of when sort of the decision time would be on that?
As part of this, if I can, I'm going to speak for Martin's aspect, is it would be a change order that you would actually have. Right. It'd be handled through a change order. Okay. And as what Don said, and I'm going to ask Bill to go through this, is what Don had mentioned through the budget process, you would go ahead and make that appropriation within the budget would be the appropriate way. But Bill, I'm going to have you step through that.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. During the budget process, a line item could be identified in the stormwater fund for this change order. And as long as it fits with the timing of the project, that can be done during the fall as we're going through our normal budget process. And be ready to go by the time that change order actually needs to be constructed. And that's the one thing I'm not 100% sure on is just the timing of that. Maybe Martin,
do you have a sense of when you would need that change order?
Very quickly again. It's already designed. We already know the value. That's great. We can easily reserve the right to do that as a change order. I would expect that we would have about 3 months to squeeze the trigger before it would be, could start to impact the project schedule, which, as you said, I think is plenty of time.
Okay, thank you.
So, Rich, there's the change order there that would take that budget up. So, that would be.
Well, I mean, you're going to lose my vote.
Well, there you go. So there's one, but at least you know up front before it's awarded.
And it'll come back as we would have to vote on it. It wouldn't just happen. And it would come back, it would take 2 votes. You'd have to change the stormwater budget or vote for it in a new stormwater budget, and then you'd have to have a specific change order for this project.
Correct.
Are we talking just about the parking lot?
Yeah.
Or?
That's correct.
Well, didn't I hear the audience members say that they wanted all the stormwater improvements?
Well, I believe if you go through this, Tammy, maybe if you want to answer, the paths are still porous pavement.
Steve had highlighted that, yes, they are.
All the construction.
It would have just been the parking lot.
Of improvements for stormwater, I thought I heard them say they wanted that to come out of the stormwater fund. No?
No, we're talking about the 50,000.
Just the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we've heard public comment.
I just have one more quick one. Just to reiterate what Sarah was saying, if anybody had children that went through Ithan Elementary School from the 80s to the 90s, the big toy playground that was in the very front near the tennis courts was put in all by us. We took a Saturday, and we had about 50 people there, and we built the whole thing ourselves. The PTO funded it, and it went up. And it was there for a good 20 years till they redid the whole thing because they needed the room. But anyway, it works. I mean, you can get, and I know Garrett Hill, and I know Conestoga Village will be there. So there's more money.
Great. Thank you. We've heard from the public and commissioners. Why don't we just call the vote? And I'll hope that we have a unanimous consent for this. But all those in favor of the motion, play aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. And I didn't want to speak before the vote, but give me 2 more seconds here. And I want to hold this up here as a thank you to everybody who has participated. I'm going to thank the Board of Commissioners for initiating this project many, many years ago. The twinkle in the eye was really the Garrett Hill Master Plan, which was passed and adopted July 21st, 2008, after 2 years of work from the Garrett Hill residents. And you also approved the Master Plan for Clement Park several years ago. We used that to come up with the plan that you approved tonight for construction. So I want to thank staff for their work on it, Board of Commissioners, our partners who helped pay for this, not only the township, but 31% of this was paid for by grants from the state DCNR grant and a state DCED grant. There's also a small PICO grant. And I'll also mention that actually Villanova, the park impact fee from their construction, is paying for 9% of this project. So there's a lot of partners in this. I like the ideas of trying to get community involved. We'll see what we can do on that. But thank you to all. I think this project right here, starting this on the master plan, was a transformational event for Garrett Hill. I know Patty and others would say so too. And I think because of that and because of the efforts of this, the Garrett Hill has taken a great place, and this will be a wonderful, wonderful addition and centerpiece to the 7th Ward, Garrett Hill, and all the neighboring neighborhoods. So thank you.
One other thing under Parks and Rec, as you know, the rain had wiped out the Pumpkin Festival, Harvest Festival, so that's been rescheduled to this coming Sunday. What are the hours, 1 to 4, Tammy? Yes. 1 to 4. And it's always a great time. The kids just go nuts, a lot of vendors, and I assume the chief's going to have all his new volunteers out there helping out with parking and directing traffic. And the new bridge is there for everybody to see, so that'll be real nice. So come and enjoy.
Well, thanks, John. Comes up next is Public Works and Engineering. Jim, that's you.
Yes. The first item is our ordinance that regulates stormwater discharges. We have some revisions to look at, and I think Don Curley is our person on this.
Thanks, Jim. This was, I asked to put this on. This is just a little bit of background. A year or so back, the board directed staff to revise the ordinance. In my opinion, we didn't give them direction. We didn't tell them what we wanted them to do. The idea, it was just too open-ended. It was just sort of improve the ordinance, but improve is a relative term. So Roger presented to various groups. I watched the presentation of the Planning Commission, and what I saw is some people said, these aren't good ideas, they're not tough enough, and other people said, these aren't good ideas, they're too tough on people, and that they won't really they won't accomplish much. So the dilemma is that if we take no action, what we're going to get is a 30-page red line document that doesn't reflect our policy input. And what I'm asking is, do you want to have an alternative? Meaning the alternative would be, we identify 2 to 4 concepts. So we could all watch that video. I don't know that we need to have that presentation again. And from it, we could identify 2 to 4 concepts, ways that we can improve the ordinance. And then we would direct staff to revise the ordinance to reflect those 2 to 4 concepts. And I think that would be preferable than having a version that Roger and Steve kind of, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but it's like you split the baby, right? Like you tried to find, the least offensive way to revise the ordinance, and that we shouldn't be asking them to do that. We should be finding ways to make the ordinance better, and if that offends people, then we have to accept the consequences of making the ordinance better. So tonight, it's kind of a waypoint. Do you want to maintain the status quo, and then I guess at some point in the next month, we'll get a 30-page document with red lines in it, or do you want to change course and identify concepts and then direct staff accordingly? So I don't know if Steve, if you want to add anything to that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, and I'll also hand it off to Roger at one point. But as Commissioner Curley stated, if you watch one of Roger's presentations, he'll note the terms that's a policy decision, a policy for the board, because so as he presents, you'll see some people feel that the ordinance is too strict, some people feel that it's not strict enough, and there's no right or wrong here. This is a revision that we're trying to use to help the township. So the board could provide direction, which really becomes a math exercise where you could say, we want to see X% reduction in runoff based on the current ordinance. Maybe as Ms. Van Rossum said, we want to see 0 discharge sites. We want to see larger riparian buffers. Use environmental site planning and environmental site design. You could give us those marching orders in any fashion you choose. As the Commissioner said, 3 or 4 would be great, and then we could bring it to that. And as it's presented to the other boards and commissions, what we could note is that this was the direction of the Board of Commissioners. So here's what you're seeing. Please provide your comments, which we'll provide to you folks. And I don't know, Roger, if you have anything to add.
That pretty much covers it, but just a quick summary. There seemed to be an overwhelming opposition to affecting the average homeowner trying to put an addition on their house or building a deck. All of the boards that I spoke to seem to have opposition to making that more difficult or more stringent on the residents trying to do improvements to their properties.
And Roger, what I sense is that what you told them is that's a policy decision, and you're kind of uncomfortable making that policy decision for us. And I agree, that should be our board.
That's correct.
If we decide to do that, it should be our board that decides to do it, not the staff that does it. So.
And as Steve mentioned, we can wordsmith and do the math on anything that you would direct us to do. I mean, you tell us what you want, we'll write an ordinance that does that.
So practically speaking, what are you proposing, that we all watch the review the meetings and then come up with what we take from them and vote or get a consensus on,
Yes.
on the ideas?
Yes.
And now, what kind of public input would we have in that process?
Well, we would
Just
have,
at the
it would be a
meeting?
public meeting
Right.
where we would come, here would be a concept. This is an example. And Phil, we're gonna put a cap on this tonight, right? Yes. So we don't, but our ordinance, as I see it, it takes pre-construction and matches post-construction to pre-construction. And we might say, make post-construction look more like natural hydrology. And then I believe that we can find ways to do that in the ordinance. So we want the concept that we communicate to them, and then they'll come back and they'll say, here, you communicated 3 concepts. Here's a draft of words that do that.
So you're recommending that we, prior to that discussion?
Well, I think we have to do some horse trading among ourselves. We have to talk.
And is there something we should be watching?
Well, I found the video, or I attended the meeting. I found the presentation informative.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Which
we've
meeting? Tell us what meeting.
It was the July Planning Commission meeting. Some of us have been at this for 7 years, so I don't feel like we need a lot of, this. I just think we need to pick. And I got some firm ideas on the ones that I think are beneficial, and I want to get them out to, the people, and they can decide. I kind of don't think it's appropriate and I think Steve and Roger agree with me that they don't think it's appropriate for them to be making that decision on our behalf.
Comments? Good.
Well, my main thing is I think that we do too many waivers. Either we don't need to have that provision because we waive it all the time, or it's ineffective. So if we're going to waive it, then let's take it out. Let's make it more streamlined. Let's make it less burdensome on people if we're not going to enforce it. And I would agree with increasing riparian buffers. And otherwise, this is for the engineers. We should get recommendations. I don't want to go through and vote and then get beaten 6-1 or 4-3 on each line item. I think I would prefer not to do that. It's a comprehensive thing. We should get a comprehensive recommendations, whether it's from Maya or from Roger, from Steve, whoever's going to do it. We should have something. We have input, a chance to review. That's how I feel about it. I don't want to be picking line items on stormwater engineering. They may be inconsistent, and even if you get a consensus on the board.
Any other comments? All right.
Right.
Okay, good. Well, there's no action we need to take.
What-
It's just-
So we need to know what's the sense. Do you want the ordinance that came through, the red line version that's prepared to come through, or do you want to sort of shift gears a little bit?
I'm happy to go along with what you say, Don.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
I agree.
what I'll do is, I'll get up a little schedule, and I'll bring that to the board. I'll share that with the board. Again, it'll take 10 minutes at a subsequent meeting in probably, maybe next meeting or in November. Thank you.
Sound good. Thank you, Don.
All right, the next item under Public Works.
Jim, can I hold up just for a minute? I want to make a correction. I misspoke because library was really next, and we have some people there.
Oh, yes.
Would you mind if we jump
Go,
right to
please,
the library?
yeah, have them come up.
And
I
that's
was wondering
you,
about
Rich.
that. Yeah.
Your library, right? So why don't you introduce it?
Yeah. We're going to review the bids for the library presentation. We got to think about time here. We have to do the PLO, and I lost my PLO people, I think. But what else do we have?
My sidewalk.
But we have the budget, we have the sidewalk, and we have 2 other safety projects.
Sidewalk will take 5 minutes.
So we have 1 hour. So what do you want to do, President of the board? Do we want to ration time on this?
I think we should. Do you? Do I know? I mean, how much time do you feel you need?
10 minutes.
5 minutes? I think we're good.
Okay. As everyone is aware, we have been working on additions and modifications to the Radnor Memorial Library, and we have Helen McGrain, Annie, also Martin Kimmel. You want to talk about, we're going to review the bids. We're still over budget, so there is some discussion. So do we keep it in 5 minutes? Okay. All right, Martin.
I'm sorry, I am just a little bit confused. So I thought that there was sort of a decision made about whether or not to accept the red line version that was coming through, or to go with a different approach.
No, you were just talking about how do we want to discuss it going forward.
Okay, so that discussion is going to happen at a future meeting, and you would get input then?
Yeah.
Not tonight?
I think before that, I would, my sense is what we do is we come up with a little schedule, and then we'd announce the schedule, and part of that schedule would be how we're getting input and feedback from people.
But wouldn't the first step be the decision about whether you're going to make the policy judgments first versus accepting the red line version?
I think we made that.
You made that decision? Because I wanted, okay, because I was thinking that that was the decision then that you would get public input on, or no? Because you didn't vote?
Just updating us to some things we're doing, so. We're going to discuss it in the future.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's fair enough.
It's okay,
Give
I'm
us
just
our
saying, I
input.
just want to understand, it sounds like you made a procedural change in how you're handling the stormwater ordinance, and just for me, I've invested a tremendous amount of time, so I just want to make sure I understand the process, so that I'm appropriately because I've redlined the red lines.
Right.
And so if we're changing, that's great. I just want to know how to properly
I
participate
didn't take
in
anything
that.
Don said to say we would never look at the red line.
No.
We're just talking about layering it in. Am I saying it?
I just want to understand what was decided, because it sounded like there was a shift in approach. It's not a bad shift in approach. Sounds like there's a shift in approach. So I'm just trying to figure out how to best know when to offer the thoughts on the 2 to 4 items, because it sounds like that's an approach you're going to take, which is different than taking the red line. I'm sorry, I'm taking time. I just didn't understand, and I was here thinking there was going to be a decision on process, and I'm wrong. I apologize.
I kind of think there was a decision on process, and I think all we did was decide that if we took no action tonight, at some point in the future that none of us know when, there would be a 30-page document in front of us with edits. Instead, the next step will be there will be some kind of agreement on a schedule and a process for developing concepts. And once we know that, then we can know when it is that we would discuss the details of which ideas are better than others, and how to get a particular idea onto the agenda.
Great, that's very helpful. Thank you so much.
Martin, thank you.
I don't think I'm clear on it either, Maya, still, but.
All right, I'll do it in 30 seconds now.
No, you have 4 minutes.
Okay, so we came before you a few months back, and the project was substantially over budget, as you recall. We went through a cost-cutting, scope reduction exercise. I wouldn't quite call that one value engineering, but we came up with a plan that went out to rebid that still had everything that was in the program still accounted for in a smaller footprint, and made other substantial changes. And we rebid. We saved $1.2 million in the rebid, approximately, but we're still $1.4 million over the intended original budget. The market, continues to kind of track away from us, so we want to kind of get something in front of you as soon as we can. We intend to take an exercise similar to that which was described for Clem McCrone, which is to communicate with the low bidders and see what else we can do without having to go out to another rebid. So that's the intent, and we hopefully will be back to you at some point with something that makes sense for your consideration. So that's the shortest version of it.
Idea of that, how long that process takes, the value engineering part?
As soon as we get all the bids squared away so that we're confident as to who our lowest apparent bidders are, we'll engage, do it as fast as we can. I would say it's a month minimum, and hopefully not more than that.
I mean, just in terms of dovetailing with our budget process in as much as it may affect our budgeting process. And that is in the next 3 months, 4 months, 3 months.
Yeah,
2.5 months.
I would be confident that we would be able to resolve it and make a recommendation for your consideration well within that time frame.
Okay, great, thank you.
Want to cover everything you want me to cover? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Back to Public Works. Don?
Yes.
Okay. The next item is Resolution 2016-103, authorization to award the Morris Road Safety Improvements Project, B16009 contract. That's in the 6th Ward. And either Commissioner Curley or Steve Norsini can comment at this point.
I'll let Steve do it. It seems to be proceeding appropriately.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. So again, I'll try to be brief. This project is a safety project along Morris Road, designed by Amy Kaminsky's firm, Gilmore and Associates. So basically the project runs from Old Sugartown east past the Wawa and the beverage and the pizza place. It's for safer pedestrian traffic, but also it does some work on the entrances and exits to the strip shopping center there to provide some better efficiencies for the exits of cars. This went to sealed bids based on the plans by Gilmore and Associates. We received 3 bids, the lowest qualified bidder being Premier Concrete in the amount of $68,845. Fiscal impact, this is funded by capital account 05-439-4850, and I am respectfully requesting the board authorize the award of this contract to Premier.
All right, I'll move the passage of the Resolution 2016-103.
Second.
So I didn't look, is that account number is in the capital budget now?
Yes.
That's
So we
correct.
passed it, and that number is covered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Steve, are we doing some work for the shopping center owners that they should be doing?
No, the efficiency is the apron is 60 feet long, so it's like a no man's land of cars coming in and out. At the same time, people are walking along the sidewalk.
You mean the curb cut?
Yes, the curb cut, the apron. So consequently, we own the right of way. We have the capability to set it at a reasonable rate. So we're constricting the curb cut so that it is commensurate with a typical curb cut, and then that will make that area will be safer, and it will make the remaining area safer. So our interest is not in letting cars get in and out more efficiently. Our interest is in letting pedestrians pass safely and efficiently.
Right.
Any other? Okay.
No.
Okay.
So we're not doing any work that they should be doing. That's
Correct. It's all work
yeah.
within the right of way.
But typically, the owner would do the work within the right-of-way for their shopping center.
If they wish to. It's not a requirement. So this is part of the safety of this project. So this is all part of making it safer for pedestrians walking along that part of the street.
Okay. Any other commissioner comment? Any public comment? We'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Thanks.
All right. The next item is Resolution 2016-104, and this is authorization to award contract for Pine Tree Road traffic calming improvements. We also again, we have a memorandum from Director of Public Works explaining this. We have a low bid of $36,147.50. So I'll hold off on moving the, well, I will. I'll move the passage of Resolution 2016-104.
Second.
Okay, great. Discussion?
So earlier tonight, we approved the consent agenda, which included disbursements totaling about $11,000 for the engineering for this project. And now we're being asked to approve $36,000 further, but there's no budget for it. And quite frankly, it's not going to work. But we could be doing this by our own staff installing some speed bumps, which do work. Also, this has a planted median in between the two curbs, so there's the issue of how's the maintenance getting done. So they're the points I'd like to raise about this.
Well, on the grass median, we have commitments from the residents that they will maintain it. More than willing, they said. Kim Rolfe, she's not with us tonight, but she said there are plenty of people that are interested in this and will do the maintenance. On the other thing, John, the 11,000 engineering, you're correct. It's not an inexpensive project. We've discussed this. We've aired it out on difference between speed humps and these improvements, and I think the consensus of the board was that we would not do the speed humps and we would go in this direction. You agree? And this is really Rich's ward, but it borders right on mine, and he can speak about it if he wants.
Any more discussion? No? Is there any public discussion on it? Yes.
Yes.
Welcome.
Austin Hepburn, Upper Gulf Road. I'm very close to Pine Tree Road. I use the road all the time. And I've met the neighbors. I've discussed this issue with neighbors up and down Pine Tree Road in the woods. The neighbors that live on Upper Gulf between King of Prussia Road and Pine Tree. And, you know, I think common sense would suggest a couple of options be considered. One is speed enforcement. And there's been almost no speed enforcement in that area. And we want it. We want speed enforcement. We want the police to write tickets to people that drive fast going down that road. And we've asked for it. And we continue to ask for it, and we don't understand why it's not happening. Second thing is Cricket Lane comes into Pine Tree Road about 2/3 of the way down the hill. There's a stop sign on Cricket entering Pine Tree. There's a very large bush on Mr. Hurtubis's property at the corner of Cricket and Pine Tree. And when that bush is allowed to grow naturally, the sight lines are affected, and even if we use all the technicalities in our favor, we could have a three-way stop at Cricket and Pine. And that would serve to slow traffic down coming down the hill. It would be a great way to solve the problem, and it would be a very inexpensive way. But we can't get any consideration for that either. The residents in that area don't feel that the board has been fair to them. They're all angry for different reasons. One in particular, an attorney, oftentimes says that he wants to sue the township. I don't know if that's the best solution, but I think it would be a good start if the Board of Commissioners were to consider speed enforcement on Pine Tree Road. And second, find a way to put the stop signs in, because stop signs are very inexpensive. That's what I think. And I'd like to hear some discussion about that. and I'd like to find out why we can't get stop signs or speed enforcement. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank
if
you.
I could just make a comment real quickly. Mr. Hepburn is absolutely right regarding speed enforcement. The way that street is now, and I think I said this before at other meetings, you can't help but go 50 miles an hour going one way on that. If you don't step on your brake, you don't even have to step on the gas. The truth is we do speed enforcement, and we have the tickets that we can show to prove it. The problem is the way it is now, I would have to detail an officer there constantly around the clock until this problem is fixed. And I don't have the manpower to do that.
But he's right on the absence of speed enforcement, but then you said you have records showing that there is speed enforcement.
No, Commissioner, what I said was he's absolutely right that we need speed enforcement there because you go 50 miles an hour without even stepping on the gas, the way the current conditions exist that we've been discussing for a couple of years about getting some kind of control. We do speed enforcement, but to do it to Mr. Hepburn's satisfaction, and I agree with him, I would have to detail officers there constantly because cars speed down that road all the time.
Yeah, I think maybe what the superintendent's speaking about, Mr. President, is speed intervention over there. And we've talked about this for years, about speed humps and all that, but I understand where there's been hesitancy to do that. But about speed enforcement and not doing that, I think the superintendent says that we have tickets to back up that we have been doing enforcement. So I don't believe that would be an accurate statement to say we haven't been doing the enforcement there, unless the board decides to put an officer there full-time, which again, we don't have the manpower to be able to put an officer there full-time to be able to do that. Again, this has gone on for years, and I agree with Austin here, it's been here for years, a long time, that we've been trying to deal with coming up with a solution for this. So, here's an opportunity now for us to be able to do this, is to come up with a solution. Stop signs cannot be used to control speed. That's illegal. You can't just put stop signs up to control speed. That's illegal. So if there's someone that wants to bring a lawsuit against the township, I welcome them to bring that lawsuit because that's a winner for us, because you can't put stop signs up to control speed. That's illegal. If someone gets in an accident for that, for speed control, the township is liable for that. So it's not easy to be able to just put stop signs up. There are warrants that have to be met for that. So there's a process that we have to go through legally to be able to put those up. And those warrants have to be met to be able to do that. We've gone through those processes to be able to do that. So we have been trying to work through that process to be able to do that. And I think now we have come up with an option to be able to try to lessen speed. Do I agree with this is the best way to go about it? Is this going to be able to help? Maybe. I don't know. But we've gone through this long enough. I agree we need to do something here, and this is something to be able to move forward with.
Well, I want to go back to the foliage on Mr. Hurtubise' corner, and he doesn't want to trim it, but he's being forced to trim it. And if he doesn't trim it, it affects the sight lines, and all of a sudden, stop signs are warranted. So why we're forcing Mr. Hurtubise to cut back his foliage on his property to avoid putting in a stop sign doesn't make any sense. And that's my point. We let the bush grow. We have the warrants to put in the stop signs, and then we have the stop signs. Then we have the people that would normally be coming down the hill 50 miles an hour coming to a stop and then starting up again. And that cricket lane is becoming more and more used because it is becoming a cut-through. People are figuring it out. As you will be discussing in a few minutes, this PLO project, which is in the second ward as well, you're only adding to our traffic burden. This is the best way to make Pine Tree.
Could I answer the question about the trimming of the shrubs? Pennsylvania law allows for the trimming of the shrubs in situations where they obscure the sight lines. So there's a legal requirement by the township to maintain that sight distance.
I think we're hiding behind.
Well, that's your opinion,
we can find to
and
avoid
I
putting
think
in
that you're
stop
entitled to that opinion, but the the way the law is written, that planting a shrub that obscures sight lines is illegal and subject to being trimmed.
Well,
I was under the impression that the residents wanted the stop signs out on Cricket, not more
No,
stop signs.
no, there's no
no,
stop
spruce tree.
signs there.
Spruce tree.
We've always wanted, all right, so Austin's right. I've talked about this, Jim and I have gone through this for many, many months. It's been 12, 14, 18, 24 months. And I have repeatedly requested that we do speed enforcement first, and I think that we did. At least I was told we put a box up there, with your speed is. I know that thing moves around, but I was surprised what I heard, which is, well, we can't do it all the time, but I thought we did do it sufficiently so that the neighbors were aware of it. But that's fine. We've done it to some extent. Then the second thing is, we always we thought that a stop sign at Cricket and Pine Tree was appropriate. And I've raised this issue and also modifications to the other stop sign at the spruce tree, pine tree and spruce tree. But so Amy has held steady that her analysis is that the technical requirements for a stop sign at Cricket have not been met. I don't know why that is, but I know that that's the conclusion that she's come to. So, Amy, do you want to just give some rationale for why that is, or what that is about?
I thought that I was just clear on that the reason that those sight lines were not met.
Why doesn't it meet the warrants?
Excuse me, because the shrubs are obscuring the view for motorists as they're approaching from Cricket Lane. And the law allows you to trim those shrubs to be able to facilitate those sight lines. So that is the legal reason why we remove those shrubs or undergrowth or anything that's obscuring it. If there's something that cannot be eliminated from the sight lines, then you would perhaps have an opportunity to put an all-way stop in. But at this situation, that shrub was not there before Cricket Lane was constructed. And it needs to be trimmed periodically.
I'd like
All right,
to.
well, there it is. That's an aside, though. That's not what, so that's the rationale, though, and that's what we have. We have enforcement, according to the police superintendent, to the extent that he can, and then our traffic engineer is saying she will not recommend that we put in a stop sign there because the sight lines apparently are adequate, notwithstanding the shrub, which her view is needs to be cut back, in which case a stop sign would not be warranted. I've made the point repeatedly to the board, to the staff, that we should facilitate changes and a review of that. I've gone to traffic committee. I've asked for a review of this issue, and I share your frustration. But this will help.
What I'd like to do is ask Bob, can we have our police cut back that tree or cut it bush or cut it down completely?
We will follow what Amy has established for us, and we will follow what her direction is on that.
All right. If there are no more comments, I'd like to move the motion for a vote.
It's already moved and seconded.
Yep, it has. Okay. No more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Passes 6-1.
Thank you. Mr. President, the next item is, I committed to 10 minutes on this, no more.
Mr. President, if I can, just, Jim, before you go, I will ask the police department to put special attention on enforcement in that area in regards to speed in that particular area as well.
Bob?
Okay. I'm going to have Mr. Norsini help us on this one, but from the American Legion post on Lancaster Avenue on the north side of the highway to Chamonix Road, there is a sidewalk that is ancient and obstructed by telephone poles. It is curbless in most locations. It has walls and earthworks encroaching on it so that it's barely passable for two people side by side, which is way below modern code, particularly under the Americans with Disabilities Act. So, Steve, would you please help us through the...
Sure.
Amy's going to be involved in this also.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So Amy Kaminsky was charged with taking a look at this section of sidewalk, as Commissioner Higgins has noted. It is treacherous for pedestrians. So we asked her to look at the project from a standpoint of what would we have to do to make it safe. And then she was also asked to take into consideration, we had one plan come in for land development, 427 East Lancaster, I believe, and there was another property there that came in for sketch plan to take a look at it with some assumptions based on what would be required in land development, which could reduce the cost and scope of work by the township. So I will leave that in the hands of our appointed traffic engineer, Mrs. Kaminsky.
Oh, the man behind the curtain is not behind the curtain. So I believe that your packets have the PowerPoint. It's just a few slides, and I know we're interested in moving things quickly today. Basically, we're talking about the area from Ironworks Way up to 427 Lancaster Avenue. Presently, the sidewalk is adjacent to the roadway. There's little or no curbing along that area. There's no separation between the motorists and vehicles and pedestrian traffic along the way. In many of the areas, utility poles are installed in the middle of the sidewalk that make it very difficult to maneuver around them. Particularly if you're in a wheelchair, I would think that it would be very difficult to get around that area. No, that's not good.
If you could wait just 1 second, Amy.
Yep. Kind of went black.
Mr. Doling is back.
Yeah, I'm trying to, there it is. Okay, thank you. There we go. Okay, so this is just what I had talked about, the fact that there's, the 4-foot sidewalk. There's no separation between the travel way and the pedestrians. The curbing along here is, the curb reveal is an inch to maybe 2 or 3 inches along this whole area. There's 7 utility poles in the center of these sidewalks. And we've done some preliminary research and found that the right-of-way along this area is ranging from 50 feet to 80 foot. We need to do a little bit more research to get better information on that. What we think would be a good idea for improvements would be to move that sidewalk 2 feet further away from the curb line, construct curbing up to PennDOT standards, relocate the utility poles so that they're outside and away from the road. And in some areas, we may need to install some retaining walls, or we may need to move the retaining walls that are existing there. This is the entire section along here for the overall improvements. These are a little bit closer. You can see that there's the 2-foot grass verge along here. There would be some driveway modifications, very minimal amount. And there are no ADA curb ramps to be constructed except for at the very beginning of the section down by the VFW hall, I think it is. Here's some general impacts that we're finding at many of the properties along the way. There's a large 24-inch caliper tree that may be impacted. It doesn't have to be removed entirely, but there may be some impact to it. And we didn't measure it for accuracy, so there is it could be potentially a heritage tree. And then also down at 421 Lancaster Avenue, at the end of the section, there's another large tree that may need to be removed. So we're looking at possibly needing 2 feet of right-of-way along the area. I don't know if you guys want me to go into particular details, but here's the cost estimate for the entire project based on the information that we have right now. We did not survey the area, but this was basically looking at what the impacts might be. Some of the right-of-way, we did a conservative estimate on the right-of-way based on a 50-foot right-of-way. And so that would come out to $700,000. There's a land development project coming in for 409 to 413 Lancaster Avenue. The improvements associated with that site would be something that could be provided by that developer. We have been contacted by PECO that they are very interested in moving 7 of those utility poles, all the utility poles for this entire section, which the last time we came to speak to you was something that made it cost prohibitive for moving forward with the project. So PECO's very interested in moving that, all of their utility poles at no cost to the township. So that would leave a remaining cost to Radnor Township of $522,700. There's a multimodal transportation grant opening up possibly in November or December of this year. That has a 30-70 match. The range of costs should be $100,000 up to $3 million. And those should be awarded within 6 months of the selection process or after completing the application process. So there's a potential, if you were to go for that grant and it was awarded, the total cost to the township would be $157,000, and the contribution would be $365,800 from MTF. I think did you want to fill something?
Well, Commissioner Clark just asked me a question, which is a very good one.
Okay.
He said, what is the probability of us obtaining that multimodal grant, which is administered by PennDOT? It comes out of Funds Act 89, which is the statute that was passed in 2013, which created a fund for transportation-related projects throughout the Commonwealth in the amount of $2.1 billion, I believe, to be spent over 5 years.
Right.
And so
it's not a guarantee, but I think you have a good chance of this because of the fact that this is also on a transit. You're near a transit facility in this area, so you're looking at that multimodal aspect of it. I think one of the things that works in your favor is the fact that the utility poles are to be removed or to be moved by PECO, and I think that they would look more favorably on it because that would appear to be a contribution, in my opinion. And the fact that you have some buy-in potentially from that land development project, those all look like matches. So in effect, that $356,000 that you would be asking for is actually much less than the 70% that is typically required. So we would present it as a whole, and then we would let them know what the contributions were from each of the different entities to help put this in a better light.
And I think I'm personally going to try, with the help of Steve and perhaps you, to get 2 of the other property owners to contribute, to get our contribution down.
Okay.
Thus, I think it's to your credit and Steve's credit that we started out with a $701,300 total cost, and we're down to a potential possible Radnor cost of only $156,900. And that's contingent upon the PennDOT grant. But in addition to the transit-related aspects of that grant, we have PennDOT is vitally interested in safety. Right now, the pedestrians on that strip are at risk, and PennDOT is also interested in accessibility, vehicles moving safely through.
You make a really good point because this actual grant, there's 2 awards that come out of the MTFs, and one of them is through the DCED, and this one happens to be through PennDOT, and this is a PennDOT road, so I think that you would stand a better chance of having
I'd
support.
like to mention one other thing. I know Don Curley spoke some time back about this project and said it's nice to have it, but why can't people move to the other side of the street or the side of the highway and
kind of characterized it a little. I don't think I was quite so sour.
Okay.
I did identify that the other side has access, but I wasn't critical of people who chose to walk on the north side.
I accept your correction. But we should point out that Mr. Booker's ward is also affected by this project because he represents people in the Wessex House and the Sheldrake House, or Arms, I think it's called. In my ward, we have the Aberwick, the Crestwood, and the lovely new condominiums at Pembroke North. And so there must be 1,000 people that potentially will benefit from this sidewalk. Now, not every one of them walks every day on that sidewalk, but I was out there today to measure some of these properties, and a jogger ran by me, a pedestrian walking down to his place of employment. So it's a continually used thoroughfare.
Right.
Yeah, and you have the houses in St. David's right there. You have the St. David's condos, particularly people who want to go to that shopping center with the Anthony's Pizza and the Five Below and whatnot. So, I mean, I've actually walked a stroller down that stretch, and if I remember correctly, you had to go on to Lancaster to get around it. So, I agree, it's a problem, and for $150,000, I certainly think it's well worth it. So.
The one thing that I did want to mention that when PICO came and spoke with us a month or so ago, we made some. I reached out to PennDOT to find out what their decision would be if PICO came in, because PICO indicated that they were just going to be moving these utility poles back 6 or 7 inches, which really doesn't help our situation at all. And I had asked from an ADA compliancy standpoint, would they be required to bring these up to ADA code? And unfortunately, they wouldn't be required to. So all they need to do is, if there's a 2.5-foot pathway, they need to maintain that 2.5-foot pathway. So there's no reason why PICO can't just move forward, move it 6 or 8 inches. And their reason for moving it is because motorists are striking utility poles frequently along here. Well, what does that mean about the pedestrians walking along?
I believe
there?
that.
Yes. Oh, you can see it. Yeah. No.
To follow on Mrs. Kaminsky.
It does go with the PennDOT code for the requirement.
PICO is very, very intent on getting these done, and I had pushed them back to this meeting to give us some time. Commissioner Higgins, I know we all met out there. I received a call about 2 weeks ago where they said they were just going to move forward, and I asked them to wait to see what the outcome of this meeting is, if there may be some action by the township. But as Mrs. Kaminsky stated, they are ready to go and fully within their wherewithal to just move them back 6 or 7 inches.
Now, when we met out on site, they did mention that they were willing to put this part of the project off for a year if they were assured that the township was moving forward, which, in my opinion, would be a better thing, because then they would be moving those utility poles outside of the sidewalk, because what they're doing is they're effectively making you eventually move those utility poles again, which totally doesn't serve any purpose. Anyway, I'm done now.
Okay, I need some help here on what I should ask my fellow commissioners to do tonight. They've heard the presentation. We don't have a motion in the, or a resolution rather, in the package.
No, sir. So I think once the grant requirements come out, we could ask Mrs. Kaminsky to provide an estimate to prepare the grant application. That would come before this board, and then we would move forward on the grant if it so pleases this board. And that would really be the, from what my guess is the driving force of the project.
Okay, and our budget process will include an evaluation of this as a worthwhile or not worthwhile project.
I guess my understanding was what's happening with PICO is that they're looking for some support from the board. That would be my thought process tonight, is to find out if the township is interested in trying to pursue these improvements along here in a timely fashion, meaning not greater than 2 years.
Well, a lot of that's going to depend on the grant.
Whether you get the grant or not.
Right. I mean, I don't foresee us doing this without the grant.
So-
So I don't know when we're going to know that.
Do you think a letter from Solicitor Rice saying we intend to apply for the grant, and do you think that's sufficient in your discussions with them to?
It could come from the manager. So
Just saying- just giving them our intent. I mean-
Yeah. We'll be dealing with Ralph Brown, who is our municipal liaison, who I think you're all familiar with, and then to the next level down. And so my intent would be to let them know that the township is very interested in this. We're going to pursue a grant, and perhaps they would hold off on doing this, as Amy said.
I mean, I would imagine if that's the route we decide to take as a board, we would be discussing putting a placeholder in the budget for the 150, and having that in our budget and adopted budget would be a strong showing of our intent to whoever needs that showing.
So I would like to open it up to other projects. I have a project in the 6th Ward, trail access project, about 70 feet. I asked Steve and Bob to look at it. It would not put this project out of the range that you identified, and it would add, probably $20,000 to the township cost. So for me, this has to come in the context of other sidewalk projects. So I have a sidewalk project that I think is every bit as valuable, so I'd like to see it included.
Well, then, I mean, I would suggest you put it together and bring it to the board. I mean, they're all separate projects. So I'd be willing to hear that and listen to it. The last project you brought forward, the Morris Road, was great, so we all supported it.
Okay, is that something, Steve, I had communicated that to you and Bob, is that something that you could bring to us?
I'll have it for the next meeting, the cost estimate.
Or just so that it's in parallel with what Jim's requesting, and then we can make a decision about including it or not including it? And very rough, all we want is like a Google map showing the location and a budgetary cost.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so no objections to the board, Jim? No objections?
None at all, but I would like to pass a resolution, have the board, and I have written it out in shorthand. I'd like to read it out so that I think we need more than a letter from our solicitor or our manager to PICO to make them happy.
Well, hold on. Bob, we talked about with this project doing an assessment for the property owners. So what came of that concept?
I would recommend that this project would be an assessment. I'd recommend this one be an assessment, that we assess the property owners on this one.
Does that mean for the whole cost of the project?
Whole cost.
No, okay, so the PennDOT grant would not be to mitigate the expense.
Would the PennDOT grant still be in force?
No, he's saying that, no, we would go down a different path.
The grant could be applied for, and if you had donations, then it would just require some kind of legal language showing that you have costs from other property owners or something like that to move forward with the project.
Well, it would be all donations from the other property owners.
Hopefully.
Right?
You're
So
talking
the
about a sidewalk that's existing and usable, so I'm not sure how much leverage you're going to be able to get or how much money you're going to be able to get out of those property owners. And I'm just saying, let's, think about this. If you go for a grant and it looks like they only have to pay for 30% of it, I think that looks like a better solution than requiring them to pay 100%.
Why not go for a grant and then have the property owners pay whatever the grant doesn't?
That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah, so the
That's
grant would pay
exactly what I'm saying.
70% and they would pay 30.
The grant would pay 70%.
That's what I said, yeah.
Okay, I thought you said.
Grant would pay 70%, they would pay 30, and there would be an assessment they could pay over 10 years.
You're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
This assessment concept is news to me. So what is that?
What it is, you can do it with sidewalks, you can do it for water and sewer lines. Essentially, the easiest way to do it is you take all the road frontage, You estimate what the sidewalk and the curb's going to be along the road frontage of the lot. You get that number, and then that number gets divided basically up among all the property owners that front on the street. And
Wait, and on what basis? As a taxing authority, or is?
an ordinance. It's
As an
a sidewalk assessment. It's pretty common.
Well, it's the power of the sovereign, isn't it?
It's
She-
a sidewalk assessment to improve the frontage of people's properties. You can assess sidewalks.
Yeah.
Water and sewer lines, I mean, you don't do that anymore, but you did that probably years ago. It's a front foot assessment, basically.
Huh.
Water and sewer lines, you usually do it by per connection. So if you have an apartment building with 10 units, you're going to pay 10 EDUs. A single-family dwelling pays 1. But you take the cost of the whole project and you divide it up.
I've just never heard of it used for a sidewalk, so it's interesting.
You have a provision in your code that provides for it. There's an assessment provision. Not since I've been here.
And I, if we're going to put this on, like Don, I would like to get a sidewalk on Glen Mary. We have Lombardi, who hasn't started that house yet on Glen Mary, but he's going to put in a sidewalk there. I want to take that sidewalk all the way up to the corner so the moms and the people going to Radnor Elementary that walk their kids to school and on Glen Mary can have a sidewalk and a curb cut going across. So let's add that to, another one. So Don has one, I have one over there. I mean, if we're going to put 150,000 in here,
Well, this is yours. This is ours together.
well, it's actually outside of my ward. But you're right, the people from my ward do walk down that way into Wayne, so I have heard about it, but it's not within the second ward.
Could I read a proposed resolution to see how the
Yes.
board? All right. Resolved that it is the sense of the Board of Commissioners of Radnor Township that it desires to engineer and construct the Lancaster Avenue pedestrian improvements project from Ironworks Way to Chamonix Road, and to apply for a grant from Pennsylvania Department of Transportation in support thereof, period.
To be funded by such grant or assessments as the board shall deem appropriate.
Okay, that's good.
That's in the form of a motion.
Motion.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Second.
With other such projects to be added next meeting as provided by Commissioners Booker and Curley.
Now you're
Nice try.
Now you're complicated.
Nice try.
Oh,
All right, any other discussion on this one? No? Any public discussion? Ready to call the question? All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you.
great. Thanks, Rich.
Community development. And Don, we're up to community development now, where we're talking about PLO. I know we had a sense last time we talked about giving direction on 13 specific points, and primarily what we're trying to do tonight is to directed staff to incorporate that in amendment form and to check that amendment and discuss that amendment as to what we directed them to do. If and when we introduce this as an introduction, we can have further discussion about the appropriateness of it all, but we want to make sure that this is what reflects what we talked about last meeting.
All right, Phil, excuse me. As required, I'm not going to vote or participate in discussion. I have the University of Pennsylvania as a client in my law firm.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. And we should take a look right now in advance. We have 10:49, so I would try to give an idea that we want to restrict our time on this, since we're just basically seeing, does this reflect what we talked about last time?
Right. I would suggest that we limit our conversation tonight on whether this adequately reflects our decisions and discussion, and send it down to Planning Commission for their thoughts on it.
Well, I think we're going to, my sense is that we don't send it to Planning Commission until we introduce it. So we haven't introduced it, and we're not going to introduce it tonight.
No.
So my sense is that tonight what there is either a consensus that it reflects what we discussed at the last meeting, and then at some point in the future, it gets formally introduced, in which it goes to planning if we choose to do it.
And why the delay?
This is a discussion item. This is not.
It's a discussion item.
We're not
and because
introducing it.
we do have one unresolved item that we have to, so the ambulatory care, there was a back and forth between Penn Medicine and the Township, and those numbers are, I would say, unresolved at this point, and they have to be resolved before we take action on them.
Well, I mean, I think I would look at it slightly differently in that we don't have to have everything resolved to send it down to Planning Commission. Planning Commission is still vetting it out. So if we don't have that ambulatory care completely solved, we don't have the numbers completely solved, that's fine. We'll have some discussion about it and benefit from the discussion that Planning Commission has. I mean, we're not actually, I don't view that we have the finished product in our hand. And I don't expect to have the finished product to send down to Planning Commission.
Yeah, I would not send it to Planning Commission before this board makes a determination about the uncertainty of the issue of the traffic associated with ambulatory care.
Yeah, this is not a finished product, but we're not even sure that it does what you all think that it does. It's not clear that this will reduce traffic, and there's also other comments that I have on
that
this.
ambulatory care will, but I believe it's clear that the others will. But it's a debate for another
Well,
time.
again, yeah, I guess I'm not clear on it, so I haven't seen the definitive, and I really want Amy to walk through the various charts. So we really need to understand exactly what has been transpiring in multiple messages between the commissioners and staff traffic about what the issues are and how it applies to the potential PLO amendments, because I really don't understand exactly where we are on this, and I know Don has a better handle on it, but there is definitely a question of it. So I'd like to go through what we have at this point, and we have a red, it's not red line, but it's got red showing the changes.
So Rich, do you mind can I just put something out? Can we wrap up one subject before we move on to another? Because what I think we should do first is take everything else except what you're about to discuss and determine if, like, my opinion is that what John Rice drafted is consistent with what we directed him to draft. So can we get sort of a consensus from the board that the draft that John prepared, absent the idea of the traffic associated with ambulatory care, can we get a consensus that it is consistent with our instruction?
It reflects the votes that we took
Yes.
at the last meeting. Yeah.
I won't agree to that, no, but.
I mean,
Well, that's
it
the first
doesn't-
point of the discussion.
Right,
Yeah,
so,
let's
no,
clear
so
that.
if you want a consensus, you might be able to get a consensus. I won't agree with that, no.
Okay. Can we get a consensus on the process at least, that that's the first thing that we have
Yes.
to do?
Yes.
And then after that, and we're not going to solve the ambulatory care issue tonight. I can't imagine that I could see it as resolved tonight. It's much too complex for tonight. But what I'd like to do is just, I believe that John's draft captures what we said. So does anybody feel otherwise?
I have various points on it, yeah. I think that it captures a lot more than what we
Can I just
talked about.
Let me go through the three things that I want to add to it. Number one is we talked about excluding medical and dental from the definition of ambulatory care. And John Rice, it's my understanding that you could just add comma, excluding medical dental. Yeah,
Talking about medical and dental
offices to ambulatory care.
Right.
So that this
Could
is to
exclude
guard
that.
against what some said would be a creep of medical office into ambulatory care. The second one would be to add something to the effect of excluding substance abuse to all the categories of assisted living, independent living. So this is to protect against, we don't think that this could become drug rehab, but we want to make sure that it doesn't.
I think and this is under C1, under the C uses, skilled nursing, independent living, or assisted. I think using the word senior in there.
Yeah, that's right.
Is how those uses are typically defined. I mean, there's all types of senior independent living or senior assisted living facilities. I think that's the use.
And if we make that change, it would eliminate the possibility of these sites being used for drug rehab.
Well, I think that you would need more than senior. You would also have to add the parenthetical, so you could say senior independent living, or senior skilled, I guess, would you need it for skilled nursing? I guess we'd have to probably say for both. And then you'd add the parenthetical excluding drug rehabilitation centers or living.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you could do that. I don't know that it's necessary, because that's a whole separate issue, dealing with those types of they're typically drug and alcohol rehab treatment facilities.
Right, but they are independent living, they are halfway houses, and I am told that this is certainly subject to that interpretation.
Okay. Do you have?
I mean, anybody could bring that. So what will happen, John, is they'll say, no, I think it complies. It'll be 10 years from now, and they'll file suit. I think we should make it clear.
John, is that a protected class issue?
What's that?
They're not protected classes, are they?
That would take a long discussion. I mean, there are issues going on, usually out in the community. There's sober houses.
Right.
There's things like that. There's a handful of municipalities that are dealing with them. They are treated, those uses, not these uses, sort of like group homes. But I think to Rich's point and Don's point, you could put at the end of that, add senior, and then excluding drug and alcohol rehabilitation facilities.
So you'll take care of that. You'll modify the document to make. Yes.
It would be excluding, would you need residential drug and alcohol, or would you just say?
Drug and alcohol rehabilitation facilities.
And then I'd like to add another item to that list where we have John, this is the item that you and I talked about, where the applicants would provide a sort of a plan, a traffic mitigation plan. The idea is to mitigate the impact of traffic. So the logic behind this is one person said, yes, I like your concept of sort of that big simple approach, but don't get away from, I want something that improves the, that makes that sort of immediate impact, on the street. So the idea that John and I discussed, where there would be some kind of, we can compel them to come up with a plan. We can't compel them to build them, but then they come up with the plan, and then we can use that in the subdivision process when we have leverage. So, John, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think the basic concept is instead of waiting until a land development plan gets filed and you're through multiple planning commission meetings, that as part of the application process for this use, and I think we're talking about, I guess, are we talking about any use in the PLO or just the mixed use?
My sense is to put it into the mixed use, so that if somebody comes in with the mixed use, they also have to present
a traffic mitigation plan.
A plan, and then there's some leverage on the part of the township to decide if it can incorporate some of those ideas.
I think the advantage is you get it right up front. You're not at the end of a plan and you're trying to negotiate improvements. Something is presented right up front. There's going to have to be some standards. I'll talk to Amy about that, but that would be
what standards? What are you trying to get up front? I'm missing what this is about.
A traffic mitigation plan. So, which essentially is the applicant looking at primarily the road frontages and intersections that they impact, and coming up with a plan to improve them. Turning lanes, traffic signals, additional sidewalks. But there's got to be something. I'm trying to get that up front, Rich, instead of after, multiple revisions to a land development plan, so everybody knows what the applicant is proposing, if anything. I mean,
Do you mean like the traffic, adaptive traffic lights? Is that what you
Rich,
mean?
hold on just a minute. It's 11 o'clock.
any kind of traffic improvement.
John, it's 11 o'clock, so we need to extend, if we want to continue. I would propose that we extend till 11:30 on a one-time shot, primarily so that we can finish this up.
Only this topic.
Second.
So,
Let Bob present his budget.
Yeah, we need till 1 o'clock.
Who's that?
We need till 1 for that.
No, you don't.
so I can add that into this as a
Wait,
component
let's get this motion in.
of the mixed use.
So did you move for
I
it?
moved it,
Second.
Well, that means, Bob needs 10 minutes for the budget. That means this discussion is capped at 20 minutes.
Correct. At the
Okay.
maximum. At the maximum. All right, any discussion?
10 minutes?
Any other discussion?
All right, well then, let me go.
Well, wait, let's vote on it then.
All right.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah,
Thank
all
you.
right.
Okay.
5-1. Thank you.
All right, so Don, a couple other points on this. Number 4, increase effectiveness of the zoning district by providing capability. I don't think that I would strike number 4 as my comment. Also, would like to revisit, I believe 40% of mixed use is inappropriate. We should go back to the 51%. We talked about our independent living. Not sure what the difference between outpatient surgical center and ambulatory care facility are. That seems to me to be, I'm missing why we need those two definitions. Isn't outpatient subsumed within ambulatory care? And if not, why not?
I had the same question, so,
Something different about outpatient.
yeah, so we, that is Kevin, can you give us any insight on that, on the difference between outpatient and ambulatory? It seems to me that medical office and ambulatory covers the full gambit. Is that not the case?
I don't have anything to add. I could actually refer to Penn on that topic.
So
we can remove the
Commissioner Booker is correct. Ambulatory, outpatient surgical center, Dave Falcone on behalf of the trustees, outpatient surgical center is included within the definition of ambulatory care facility.
And I think we should beef up this definition. Well, we've talked about this, and I think that this is a long way from done, ambulatory care, and Amy's going to touch on it as well. We need more of a definition here. I know Amy said that this is what she thinks. To me, it's not enough, and I don't even know what same day means. Same day is not a sufficient concept here for ambulatory care. We need a tighter definition. Don't know what that means. It's just not good enough.
you don't stay overnight.
Okay, well, we need to say within 24 hours, or we need to say the same day was like, what do you mean, the daylight? I mean, you don't, it doesn't, it needs something tighter than that. Also, I want to remind everyone, this is all within the second ward of the township. This is all in my ward. Really am against this type of piling on in my ward, but I'm going through here as an accommodation to my fellow commissioners. Also, would I continue to press to delete the C uses? Do not believe that we should have any changes in the current uses for under 10-acre properties. What I will say is I don't know why we included a hotel including extended stay. What does that mean, extended stay? Against that language, the intent was never to have extended stay hotels. This was typically not going to be some kind of multi-month living hotel arrangement. This hotel will undoubtedly be used in connection with this ambulatory care facility. You'll have people, I envision, will come in the day before a knee replacement. They'll stay at the hotel. They'll get their treatment for 23 hours and 29 or 59 minutes. Then they'll come out and go back to the hotel for 1 or 2 days. I think that that's what will end up happening. That, to me, was not the intent of the hotel. I would like to discourage that. The hotel should not be a prep and a recovery area for the ambulatory care facility, is my view. That was not the intent of what we're talking about here. So whatever we do to do that, that's my comment that I would want to put in place. And certainly extended stay was not what we had envisioned. Again, want to go through all of the traffic and these tables here. Still don't understand how these tables that are in section G work. I think we need to really flesh out and see models and how this would work on. I'd like to see it on each site, but in any event, 85 feet is too high for buildings in this area. Should not be 85 feet. And in additional, the parking structures up to 55 feet, that's too high. We have 85 feet for buildings, 55 feet for parking structures. Too much. That doesn't reflect what we talked about. Financial subdivision, I'm very concerned about this language, especially, basically, the financial subdivision is anything that is approved by the township solicitor. And again, I'm not comfortable with the concept of financial subdivision. I think that it will lend itself to abuse. It should specify financial subdivision. First of all, we shouldn't have it. But if we have to have it, it should be on one property owned by one owner at the time that such financial subdivision is requested to be approved. I don't want contiguous owners to do a financial subdivision. I don't know what kind of mischief that could cause, but contiguous site owners could do a financial subdivision without actually changing the subdivision. I'm concerned about some kind of play like that and losing control of this provision based on that.
Can that can be relatively easily addressed, right? Or I would think so. And then you can change the, it should be the approval of the township, not the solicitor, correct? Yeah. Because you'll tell us, but ultimately it's us that will approve it, not.
Well, I mean, yeah, which is it? Because this seems to read it, just you can approve it and never talk to the board about it.
The written documents would be approved by me. So the actual financial subdivision's got to be in front of this board.
I mean, so in fairness, to protect Rich's interest, there's no reason why we shouldn't approve everything. You'll give us advice, but change all the approvals, right? And that would at least alleviate some of your concern. Right?
I think it would be helpful. I mean, the covenants, what we don't want is the solicitor going off and making deals and saying, "Oh, this is why I approve that," and giving them a right.
The solicitor doesn't do that, Rich. You may have had some in the past that did. This one doesn't go along and make deals, but it's not. It's a little confusing because the financial subdivision itself will be some lines on a plan. You're going to have to approve it, so I can put that in here. The board approves that plan. I approve just the covenants once you approve the plan. Just like any other subdivision.
If you change that to us approving the covenants, all that would have to happen on covenant. The covenant would come before us, and you would say, my recommendation is that you approve the covenant.
Right.
And it would satisfy Rich's procedural concern, and it wouldn't cause a hurdle in any way. Right. So it seems to me like we can accommodate Rich's concern very easily.
That's fine.
Okay, is that a problem? Good. I hope it's not a problem.
Well, you're going to sit and review HOA documents at a public meeting? I mean,
no, I'm going to turn to you and ask you your opinion,
okay.
And then when you tell me that, then I would.
Well, John, we're not going to have homeowner association documents on this, are we? Right. It's cross easements. It's really just kind of inner site access. The board can approve it, and that way there's no chance of somebody getting off and making deals on their own.
Just so we all, I mean, Mr. Falcone can explain what this would be, but you're going to be covering parking, you're going to be covering cross easements, utilities, traffic removal, who's taking care of the bushes, who's trimming the trees, all this in a consolidated development. That will be in there. It's not going to be a couple pages. I guarantee it.
Well, that's fine. We can. This is the stuff that for this type of a thing in in this area. Now, think about what we have here. The PLO has been here since the 93 in this form, and right now the rents in this area are approaching $40 a foot for office. Why is it so valuable? Because we have it. Because we have the PLO. We want to preserve that. We want to control this. I definitely do. I want all of this to be known. If you're going to have a mixed use and a financial subdivision, I want every detail reviewed at this meeting. I want every constituent to have a say on any cross easements, any utilities, anything else.
Residents are going to have a say on the document.
Yeah, we're going to review it here. The residents will have a say.
I can strike the word solicitor in that paragraph, and then it just says, subject to the approval of the township.
Well, no, that doesn't do it either. It's not the approval of the township, because then Kevin Kuchansky could approve it. That's probably worse.
No, that's not correct.
Township
If it
board.
says the township, then only this board can approve.
Township.
All right, but the point is, I'm avoiding, one, contiguous properties utilizing this in some unknown manner that we can't foresee right now to their advantage. One, that can't occur. We need to get that concept in there. Has to be. This is designed for the example is Penn Medicine. And again, I disagree with this concept. I would not approve this. This is not my idea. I am against it. But the other commissioners here have outvoted me on this. If you're going to have it, it needs to be only for a site that at the time of the financial subdivision is owned by one owner, not a contiguous property that is going to do a financial subdivision and then change all the zoning requirements. And then it has to be approved by the Board of Commissioners, however, whatever is necessary to be done. I also have a concern about this 350-foot length of wall. Okay. Now, I've heard the argument from my fellow commissioners saying this 350-foot provision is going to ensure that we get better wall articulation than we currently have in the PLO. I don't see how it accomplishes that. All it says is 350 feet with articulation. Again, I think that this is bound to be abused and characterized in the future so that we end up with some monolithic 350-foot wall. Especially, we're going to end up with a 350-foot precast concrete wall with little channels in it or something. Again, my concept on this is this must be much more detailed into the articulation, and we should have something similar. Now,
Similar, I looked at the document. You said you wanted it similar to the CICD, and I looked at that document, and all it says is it adds like 30 feet, and it requires a 3-foot offset or some minimal number. So this...
Well, let's increase it then.
Hold on. This is far more restrictive than the CICD because it takes the by right capability out.
But it says...
Meaning what we have as the board, if we don't like the facade, we have the authority to compel them to revert to the baseline zoning.
Again, I would...
Therein is your authority.
I would, but it's approved by the township, once again, this nebulous township.
Well, the
and again,
isn't nebulous. That's the Board of Commissioners.
Well, but four Board of Commissioners can force their will, like we see happening here today. They can force their will on an unwilling. So it's not a good methodology by which to determine articulation. The concept here has to be somewhat spelled out, at a minimum, perhaps, some kind of dimensional parameters for the articulation that are variable but proportional. I feel strongly we need to put that in there because this will not work at some time in the future when somebody doesn't want to go along. All right, so that's what I have. But the main issue is with Amy and the parking and the traffic. To me, all of the tables and all of the work that I'm looking at shows the traffic will be higher with not only medical office, but also ambulatory care than regular office use, right? That's what I'm reading from this, especially when you look at it on a weekly trips. Now, I'm looking at what Amy's tables, and it's showing us in the PM, it's slightly less than office. In the AM, it's more than office, but throughout the day, it's much more. It's double the trips on a weekly basis. So I'm not comfortable that this is going to reduce traffic. Also, the other issue is we're comparing it to medical office, which is the worst type of office. So what again, as I've said in the past, we're constructing a straw man here and saying these sites could all be medical office. That's like the worst traffic it could be. Now we're going to beat the worst traffic. We shouldn't be trying to beat medical office traffic. We should be trying to beat conventional office traffic.
Commissioner Booker,
Yes.
medical office is a permitted use in the PLO right now.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. I said we shouldn't be using that as the goal to beat the traffic. We should be using conventional office as the goal to beat the traffic, to get reduction in traffic.
But the idea is that if you don't do anything to the PLO, you could end up with the medical office coming in that has a much higher traffic impact.
That's not true. You would never have that happen on 7 sites.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm not saying that it would happen on all 7 sites.
A question. When Wyeth was there, in its old tenant, does this traffic that we currently are looking at right now, would it be less traffic under this scenario than what Wyeth had as a previous tenant? Do we know?
If memory serves, when we discussed this 2 years ago, I think that was one of the things that we looked at, and it was less traffic only because a significant part of the building was laboratory, and laboratory has much higher square foot per person use, as you would expect in a laboratory. So it wasn't as significant as moving to general office or complete medical office.
Right, and I agree with Amy on that. And also, Bob, we only had 800 surface spots.
Right.
That's all we had.
Because I think that should be part of this conversation because of the traffic, from what I understand in the past. If we are improving the traffic, because I think we've been spoiled because no one's been there. It's been a vacant property now under redevelopment. One of the goals should be is to reduce that traffic that used to go in there when it was a fully active facility, that we're going to make traffic better and improve it. And then when we had the biomed site, that we knew the traffic issues were going to be there, that we continue to make these improvements and make it even better from there. And I think a lot of the intention that Don's worked on has incorporated a lot of that to make it even better to that. So I think this process has come a long way to make traffic much better. It's just we have all been spoiled because you've had a dormant vacant property there that no one's been going to.
That's true, Bob, but I don't think that that's really the case. What I'm concerned about is showing that it is less than what our hypothetical would be, which is probably greater than what Wyeth had.
I think it's fair to say that we're not going to show that tonight at 11:18, in part because the engineers are still communicating, and the information that you talked about was really just came out. Bob, I believe you put it on the web today, so that so the information came out at this afternoon. So we're not making a decision on that. There is merit to what you're saying. So what you're saying cannot be ignored. It has to be addressed. Just, I think tonight is not the time to address it. It's let them talk, then we have to make sense of what they communicate to us. And then we come back and we have a discussion like this.
I agree with that. So, Amy, you said that you had conversed with the Pannoni folks who work for Penn. You've kind of got some sense of their issue with respect to size of examination or treatment rooms. But you still haven't seen the data that forms their opinion of traffic based on inconsistent units for what we look at versus what they're looking at. We're looking at trips per square foot, and they're looking at trips per patient hour, I believe. So they have to be converted to a common unit. And then I need you to go through and explain to me how it is that we're ensuring that there's less traffic, because especially when you look at it on a weekly basis, it's double. the office use?
The question that I had was the average square foot per patient position in the building. And it's my understanding that the internal programming for the new site is going to include a cancer facility that is going to require a greater square footage per room than we currently have in the 250 King of Prussia site and the other site. I can't remember where it was.
Yeah, they were
located.
using their sites, which we
Right.
don't know those sites.
Right. Well, and that's not, I don't have a problem with that. But I just need other information to verify that it is the correct site. And they also are going to provide me with the internal programming of those other sites so that I know exactly what's occurring in those buildings and how they might compare to the 145 King of Prussia site.
I agree with that. And need to know this site that
Excuse me,
Penn
Rich,
is building. Wait, just finish.
I know,
just
but we
finish.
need to wrap it up.
I will. This site that Penn is building is different from your other sites. Those are smaller sites, so I want to have some sense that those are going to be consistent, because I think this is going to be different.
Okay.
So if I could just address Commissioner Booker.
You
2
really got
minutes.
30 seconds.
2 minutes.
No, 30 seconds.
Commissioner Booker makes very good points, and I think that's why the engineers are going to speak, because what is coming with this facility and what we're trying to do is remove the gray area in the analysis. We want to provide concrete examples on a patient position basis that's tied to current codes as well as existing facilities. And we want to point to real world examples so that we're not just looking at paper and fictitious numbers based off reports and manuals. And that's what we're trying to work through with Amy. I think we're very close on that, and I think it will show against the by right use in this property. We'll see a significant benefit. I'll offer one more point to Commissioner Booker's points that I think is also very important to the definition of ambulatory care. We think that it needs to exclude general medical office, because that is a critical component. Otherwise, the numbers can be flawed. So if it's going to be ambulatory care, that cannot include general medical office. That would drive the trips up and would defeat the purpose of the B use. So we think that language should be in the definition.
With that in mind, Don, I think a fair statement. I think we have consensus that the staff has accurately reflected our direction from last time, which is what you wanted to find out. And I think, Amy, you have some clear direction and questions and concerns to keep in mind as you continue your investigation on these traffic ideas. Is that fair from you?
Absolutely.
Great. Don, what would you add?
I would add nothing, Phil. You characterized it correctly. Thank you.
All right.
Can we have the public speak if they want to? I mean, they've been sitting, I've had at least
We
one
have to
person.
have the public speak.
Yes. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the budget. Thank you very much. So that's Finance and Audit, that's me. So it's the presentation of the Township Manager's 2017 Comprehensive Budget. Bob?
Okay, we're on the clock. Okay. We've been discussing the budget since August internally, and again, want to thank the staff and give a lot of credit to the department heads that have been working, putting a lot of the numbers together, and also to want to recognize Bill White for the amount of time he's been putting in to be able to build this budget. We're pleased to be able to present the budget tonight. I know we've got a short window of time here to be able to do this, so I'm not going to say a lot of words. I know that in 2 weeks we'll discuss this a lot more. The numbers are still fluid. We will post this to the website late Wednesday and get a copy out to the board Wednesday night too as well. So without less of me, more Bill. So, Bill.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, what we'll do is this presentation that you'll see here tonight, I'll email out to the board and we'll get this on the website first thing tomorrow morning. The actual budget document, which is the more detailed document, that'll be wrapped up on Wednesday and distributed. We'll distribute the link to everyone once it's uploaded on the website. So in less than 6 minutes, what I'll step through are the major revenue and expense assumptions, and then that'll summarize into the 2007 General Fund Operating Statement Summary. I'll basically gloss over the capital plan. A lot of the data in this spreadsheet is really meant for more of a sit-down review, so if you have a hard copy to take a look at it.
I'll also touch on the forecast summary, and we'll touch on the sanitary sewer fund and park and open space fund, as they have some unique circumstances that we'll need to drill into a little bit more as we go through the next couple of months. So taking a look at the revenue assumptions, as we discussed at the last meeting, there's no proposed tax increase needed for to fund the operations and capital for 17. We're anticipating normal revenue growth in business taxes. I'll go into that. I'll show you that in a second. Normal revenue growth from each of the departments and their activity. To the extent we can control that activity, much of that is outside of our control. And then we are anticipating some significant one-time revenue from the Villanova Development Project. We've been forecasting that for a few years, and we expect a lot of that to start coming in later this year and into 17. On the sanitary sewer, no adjustment in the sewer rent. We're proposing in this the $5.90 rate. I'll go into a little bit more detail here in a second on that. The second bullet point I'll touch on when I get to that slide. The stormwater fund, as was part of the plan when the fee was adopted, the fee is proposed to stay the same again for 17. That'll mark the 4th year of collection if we move forward with that in 17. And then finally, the Park and Open Space Fund, touching on the status of the open space bonds and the cash that's in that fund as it relates to the realty transfer tax that's funding those bonds right now. This is a lot of high-level stuff. I think most of us have seen this. There we go. The township revenues is basically made up of 3 almost equally divided sources. The Act 511 group is drilled into in a little bit more detail, which is made up of the various business taxes, depending on the type of business, as well as the realty transfer that we get on a monthly basis. The township share the percentage on each sale of real estate in town. The shape of the pie on the left, or the township revenue sources, has not really changed over the years. The Act 511 has grown in relation to the other 2, but still the township relies heavily on all 3 to fund its operations. When we take a look at what makes up the other revenue sources, that's what the donut on the right is showing. Is it just the green shaded area just goes into a little bit more detail about what makes up all other revenues, if you're interested in taking a look at that. This is another slide that we always include in the budget presentation. It's the table reflects the township's millage rate going back to 2010. And as you can see for 17, the proposed millage change is at 0 for operations. And then we show on the graph going back to 2001, which the reason why 2001 was chosen is there was a major reassessment done by the county at that time. So prior to that, millage rates were very, very different based on the older assessed values. So it becomes uncomparable. So that's why 2001 was the starting point moving forward. And as we talk about, the township continues to be the lowest portion of what that makes up that tax. Taking a look at the Act 511 taxes for next year, the graph on the right is really what I was trying to draw your attention to with this, is that from 11, 12, and 13, we saw significant growth year over year in these taxes. And what they've done since then is really they've plateaued. So that's how we're budgeting. So the 2 things. First of all, we're not anticipating that aggressive growth that we saw coming out of the recession. But the other aspect of this that is encouraging is the fact that it's sustained. Because if you recall a few years ago when we were trying to predict what the next year's revenues would be, we weren't sure if they were going to go up or if they were going to reverse on us. But now we've got a few years of history that seems to indicate that the level they're at now is sustaining for the time being. Look, this slide is just showing what the general fund revenue totals are. It's going from 13. It's showing from 2013 up through what we're projecting for 2017. We're in the ballpark. We're at 33 to 34 million, which has again been pretty consistent over the 5-year window that we're looking at here. And then the bar chart is showing what the different pieces of that pie graph just shown out here in terms of dollars. Shifting gears to the expense side, in terms of staffing, all the departments are based on today's position counts. We did want to note that that's still under review. That's part of the fluid situation that we're in with some of these numbers that we'll keep the board updated on as we move through the rest of the process. We did want to point out within the police department, there is a position that is vacant in the patrol division that has been unfilled. And it's been unfilled for 16. We've budgeted again for it for 17 with the assumption that the right candidate will be found through the civil service process. In terms of payroll-related assumptions, as has been the case for the last few years, a 2 3/4% cost of living adjustment is assumed. For the FOP, that's been collectively bargained for both the rate and the non-union civilian. At this point, it's an assumption. And as we do each year for the non-union civilian folks, the 2 3/4 would be a up to. So it could, depending on performance, it could be anywhere from 0 up to a maximum of 2 3/4. Healthcare is basically showing flat. We are using the rate stabilization funds. We don't have those concrete numbers yet. We usually get those in early November. So by the time we get to the public hearings in November, we'll have much more detail on what those final numbers will look like. But based on the last couple years of history and how much rate stabilization funds are available, we're confident in that healthcare for next year will remain flat, relatively flat. The pension, we talked in a lot of detail at the last meeting, that the numbers that are in the budget are consistent with the MMO resolution that was adopted at the last meeting. With regard to OPEB, we're going into I think it's the 4th year of the funding plan. So the budget assumes an additional $200,000 on the ramp up. So that brings us up to $800,000 on the ramp up. There's the totals, and it's shown there is the $859,209. The $59,209 represents funding for disability retirements in the police department that occurred over the last 2 years, making sure that we're not falling further behind by funding those as we go, along with the new officers. Then the capital plan, and we've been working with CARFAC this year. So this is a tease a little bit in terms of a presentation that'll be presented to the board at the next meeting, at the October 24th meeting. We've taken the capital program and divided it into 2 broad categories. One is a pay-as-you-go and the other pay-as-you-use. Each of those will have its own funding mechanism that we'll present, and I have a slide on that here in a moment. With regard to some of our community organizations and fire companies, we, based on the request a year ago from the fire company, we had built in 125 to support the ALS. We understand tonight they asked for 150. That's something that we can work on between now and the adoption of the budget in any direction. But right now the manager's proposing adding the 125. There are some adjustments in each of the other community organizations. They each have their own reasons. The library is obviously probably the most, well, it's the largest amount. We're close to $1 million a year. We're proposing a slight pullback in that, recognizing the fact that they don't have the same operating costs in their current condition as they would if they were in the facility with the part-time staff and the utilities. So again, as a way to offset some of the additional 125 to the fire company, as well as you can see with the Wayne Senior Center proposing an additional 50,000 there, just trying to balance the different contributions to the different community organizations. Just real quickly on, I took some of the major expense assumptions and broke them out, put them on their own slides. This is the wage slide. The one note I'll make here is that, and we touched on this a year ago, is that whenever we go from actuals to a budget, there's always the appearance of a large jump. So if you look at the jump in wages from 16 to 17, it's at 6%. In addition to the 2 3/4, there's also other assumptions that are moving around in there a little bit. One is the vacant police position that's budgeted for in 17, that's not expensed in 16 or any of the prior years. there's also fluctuations throughout the year with different workers' comp situations and other things. So we're budgeting wages on a worst-case basis, and they typically come in under where we're budgeting. So that's why it always looks like there's a larger jump there than what the reality will probably end up being for 17. And then I added a percentage of the general fund total expense just for reference to get an understanding of how much we're talking. So I did the same thing for wages, for pension, and then the debt service. And I'll touch on that in a little bit more detail on this slide. We talked to what gets a lot of attention in our discussions about debt is the fact that the general fund pays for a majority of our annual debt service. But this slide, and I know it's difficult to see on the slide, which if it's printed out or if it's on a screen that you can zoom in, it'll be a little bit easier to read. But you can see that the township actually has 5 different sources of funding that pays for our annual debt service. The general fund has the larger share. The Park and Open Space Fund, as we're aware, is funding the outstanding open space bonds that we have, the ones that were issued in 14, as well as the ones from 1998 and 2002, which mature, and that's why you see the big drop-off. Sanitary Sewer Fund and the Special Assessment Fund both have a share of our current debt service. It's funny, we were talking about assessments earlier. The Special Assessment Fund is accounting for those assessments that are all relating to sanitary sewer installations, but they were part of bond issuances from years ago. And so the assessments we collect on an annual basis through those agreements are what's funding the debt service there. So the totals for each of those funds is shown on this slide as it relates to the total debt service per year. And what this slide is doing is it's showing our total debt portfolio, what the final maturity is for all of the issues combined, and then breaks it down by fund as well. So this slide, similar to the revenues, this slide's taking all of our major expense categories for the general fund for 13 through 17 and showing what those totals are. As you can see in the bottom line in the graph, that we're just budgeting for what would be considered normal growth. There's nothing really jumping out for 17. This slide's just summarizing the total revenue and expense and putting it on one slide, showing that for 2017, currently there's a $55,000 net revenue, which one of the requirements of the charter is that we have a balanced budget. This is reflecting that the budget as it's currently sitting is balanced for the general fund. And actually for 13 through 17, we've had net revenue in each of the years. Shifting gears to the capital plan summary, because I have an animation that's not working. There we go. Well, it's not cooperating, which is fine because it realizes it's 11:38 as well. That'll look a lot better when you print it out. That was the pay-as-you-go group. Basically, that's the simpler of the two groups that we have for capital. That's funding our fleet and our short-term and smaller capital items for each of the departments. We're using current revenues via general fund transfers into the capital fund to make those purchases each year. The pay-as-you-use group, what we're contemplating and what CARFAC will be involved with a recommendation at the next meeting is considering using a borrowing method where the township finances its long-term capital plan through a series of, I'll use the term bond issuances. They don't have to be bonds depending on what type of improvement we're talking about. It doesn't have to be a fixed 20 or 30 or year bond. It could be any type of bank borrowing or bank financing. But in essence, what it's doing is it's taking very large one-time capital projects, funding them with debt funds so that you can smooth out what that impact is to the annual budget. So that's what this table is reflecting here, is just a snapshot over the 5-year forecast period of what a $3.5 million borrowing in 17, how that would be utilized over the next 3 years, and then what the corresponding debt service would be.
When we present the larger recommendation, we take the program and blow it out over a longer period of time so you can see the impact to the township's debt load. The one other aspect of this to keep in mind is we talked a little bit earlier about projects with the sidewalks and the other projects that come up from time to time that as commissioners, you guys would like to see done and get funded. This type of funding mechanism makes it a lot more flexible to incorporate those projects into the plan because the cash is available through the borrowing, and it's just a matter of prioritizing and making sure those get included. And we don't have to reevaluate the entire budget to come up with a couple $100,000 for a particular project. But we'll go into a lot more detail about that as
Bill, you're doing great. How many more slides you got?
Just a couple. This slide you can read. As we go through the forecast, take a look at this. What this is projecting out is that the township's forecast over the forecast period is trending along the lines where we look to be okay. I will qualify that and say that we're relying on some one-time revenue to make that work. But the reason why it feel a little bit more comfortable with it is on the back end of the forecast where the one-time money is no longer being accounted for, the regular income appears to be covering the regular expenses, which is what you always want. And this slide does a little bit better job demonstrating that with the bar chart on the right. Yeah, you guys can read that. This is going into a little bit more detail about what's making up the modifications through the forecast period. On the sanitary sewer fund, we've had the same rates going back to 2014. In each of the years, we've overspent the amount of income generated through the sewer rent. We're approaching a point in time where the cash balance in that fund is getting to a level where we're going to have to reevaluate that. As you can see, the RHM payment makes up the biggest chunk of what we're using the sewer rent for, and it's also the amount that's growing the fastest. The other component of what makes up the revenue is the amount of water consumption, and that's the bar chart on the top, and you can see there that it's flat. So
Bill, is there any way constituents can back out the water they use for watering their lawn and other purposes that don't go into the sewer?
Yes. There is a way to, you can either do a second meter, which we'll get that data automatically from Aqua as a deduct, or there's, if they want, they can contact us. We can get them the appropriate paperwork for, the exact terminology is escaping me, but it's an exemption, like a one-time, I was watering my lawn or I had a one-time issue exemption. So,
can you send me exemption form, please?
Yes. So anyway, to finish this, just the algebra doesn't work. At some point, we're either going to need people to use more water, which we don't have control over, or an adjustment in the rate to correct the overspending there. And then the final one is going back to the open space bonds that were issued in 2014. We've been able to use realty transfer taxes that exceeded expectations for the last 2 years, but we have been using up the cash in that fund, and it's getting to a point now where that's not sustainable. So we're going to have to revisit the discussion on the vote, enacting the voted millage or not, and the different options that may exist under that. So obviously tonight's not the night to do that, but it's definitely something we want to include in our discussions as we move forward. So that's just a recap of everything I just talked about, so we don't need to go through that. The next steps, as we discussed, the publishing of this presentation as well as the detailed document on Wednesday. At the next board meeting, there will also be a resolution on to adopt the township manager's recommended budget as the preliminary budget. That's satisfying the charter requirement of adopting a preliminary budget within 60 days of the end of the year. Then we have our public hearing scheduled in November with introducing the budget ordinance on November 28th. So those are the next steps. And that was a little bit longer than I was allowed.
That's all right, Bill. You did a great job. Thank you very much. And your slides and all the work you do prep makes it easy to convey a lot of complex information. So thanks. I think we are adjourned. Do we need a motion on that?
Move we adjourn.
Okay, all right, we're adjourned.